Russia. You just never know when you run for office. Some of the wildest shit comes up on you. I mean, we heard Hillary Clinton was drinking the blood of infants. I mean, so they come up with wild shit. All right, man. I appreciate you coming through,
All
though.
right, man.
Thank you.
Yep. Take
Thank
care,
you.
bud.
You too. All right, moving on with the program. This is just an open forum. I just came out of another live, and I guess the question we're going to ask is because well-known liberal Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I don't know what you. I know my MAGA audience don't give her the time of day, but she went to Alligator Alcatraz, and there's now that how long has that place been open? A couple weeks. I mean, it's brand new, and they're already suggesting that all sorts of human rights violations are taking place there. I mean, they're talking about what did they say, like 30 people to a cage. I mean, I'd have to find what she said. I listened to her clip, her newscast. She was interviewed by reporters, and she talked about how horrible that place is. But it's only been around for a few weeks. How could the conditions? I mean, unless it was set for the conditions to be that bad, as if that was intentional, how could it have deteriorated that fast, that quick? So I want to ask you folks your opinion on Alligator Alcatraz. Is it a necessary evil to rid this country of people that don't belong here? Or is it simply fucking evil? I want to hear from you folks. Let me go to the bod. What did somebody say? It's a trap. Good evening, Mike. Welcome to the program. Did you catch what Debbie Wasserman Schultz said and the folks who went there?
I read it.
And do you think it's accurate? Do you think it's because I got Nuck and Fut says a whole lot of misinformation on YouTube. Do you think it's misinformation? Do you think what she's saying is valid?
Well, I'll answer it this way: how much care do people put into their food for their animals?
Wait, repeat that.
How much care do people put in for the food of their animals? Typically, they don't really think about it twice, right?
Right.
They feed hogs slop. These white people don't care about how they treat these people. I just told you what Laura Loomer said the other night.
Yeah, 65,000 alligator mills.
65 million alligator mills. That's what they think of these people. So is anybody surprised that the conditions are what they are? I mean, why are we setting our logic aside so much, Tim? I don't understand it. Like, why would we be surprised that the conditions are fucked up? They're fucked up people doing this.
Well, I mean, you know what the argument is, Mike. The argument is they should have thought twice about this before entering the country illegally. I know it's insensitive as fuck, but you know that's the argument.
I know. But here's the thing, Tim. This is how cruel these people are. Have you read the House committee hearings and the Kilmar Abrega Garcia
No.
from Arez Ravini? Have you read it?
No.
How they're telling how this whistleblower, that was the attorney on that case, who they ended up suspending and then terminating. You remember him?
I remember it somewhat. Cue me in.
Okay. So the attorney, last name Ravini, it just got promoted to assistant district attorney back in March.
Okay.
Under the Trump administration. He was handling the Kilmar Abrega Garcia case. He was suspended and terminated because he wouldn't do what they were asking him to do. He wouldn't lie.
Oh.
You haven't seen that?
No, I have not.
There's a whole whistleblower case. So I'm about to give this to everybody. So there was a whole whistleblower when he got fired. At the time he started realizing things were going south, he was documenting everything. Now this man has been in that position. Well, he's been working for the government for 15 years. So it was Obama, Trump, Biden, Trump, and they just promoted it. Mm-hmm. So before anybody starts talking about his credibility, they just promoted it. All right. He would not, when they were in court, you guys can read this. It's on whistleblower.org, and it's under Government Accountability Project. It's about to go to committee next week. Here's what happened. You didn't know? You didn't hear about
No,
this?
no, I have not heard about it, but unfortunately, it pains me to say this. As long as Trump is president, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. But keep going.
Well, here's the problem. It got so deep, Tim. When they were sitting in court, when Boasberg was asking them to verify that Garcia and them were still here, that plane had not left, they went into the courtroom saying that plane is leaving no matter what. Ooh. They sat in front of Boasberg. They sat in front of Boasberg when they knew the plane was leaving and was telling them that they will look into it and get back to them.
So they had time to follow the judge's orders and deliberately did not.
Yeah, because on this report, it shows Emil Bove, who is right now trying to be confirmed as an appellate court judgeship. Right, he's been doing his confirmation all last week. He was the attorney that walked into the room and told them, "I guess we're going to be telling the judge's court orders to fuck off."
Damn. Well, let me just say it like this, because in my opinion, and some folks may disagree with me here, but I think Trump is a winner. I don't think anything's going to happen to Trump. He's going to live to be an old wealthy man and die probably of natural causes. I mean, he's already an old wealthy man. I think that what's going to end up happening is after Trump is gone, heads are going to be fucking rolling everywhere. All the stuff like what you're talking about now, other people that's tied to this stuff are going to pay a price. And it'll be, I mean, I hate to use this because people don't like making this comparison, but it'll be just like the Nuremberg trials where people were saying I was just following orders. I mean, they're going to find, I mean, it's my guess is that stuff that they know is illegal, because this is what Mike Pence and them folks was trying to stop. And Trump this time made sure he surrounded himself with people that were not going to try to stop this stuff. So yeah, my guess is even some of the ICE agents wearing masks and shit like that, I bet you some of them folks have no business being in law enforcement whatsoever. They probably got dark backgrounds and all kinds of stuff. That stuff, I do believe, once Trump is gone, will come out into the light and people heads will roll. But I think Trump's going to ride off into the sunset a winner.
I think you call him a winner. But
shit, you a billionaire, you live to be 80 plus. What else do you want? You had some of the best hoes on there. I mean, what else do you want? He's a winner.
If you were cruel and you hurt people to that billion, I can't fuck with you.
That's all of the founding fathers, man.
I listen. I don't fuck with them either. I mean, I'm pretty consistent in my
I hear you.
But you're right though, Tim.
Yeah.
But the cold part is this is a little different because we're talking about the judicial system, and these judges still have power. So like Pam Bondi, she can be touched by the courts. All those attorneys.
Yeah, but I keep saying Trump. Trump can pardon. Trump is not going to let Pam Bondi go down. No matter what they do, Trump got unless it's a state charge, he gonna stop that shit.
No, what I'm saying is he can stop that, but he can't stop her getting disbarred.
No, but he can. But who? No, he can't stop her from getting disbarred, I suppose. Technically, he can't. But you see what he's done to law firms and shit. He's made the media settle out of court for stuff that they normally would never have settled out of court for if he wasn't the president. But he has power to cause all kinds of drama on the back end. So if they start voting to disbar her, Trump will start threatening to fuck with them on the back end. Probably will drop it. The guy's a winner. I'm just telling you.
He won't. He won't. I'm gonna tell you why he wouldn't
really
do that. Who else? What other attorney did he do that for?
While he was president? I mean, because we know Giuliani got disbarred, but he wasn't president when that happened.
How come he didn't go back and fix it?
I mean, I hear you. You make a point.
He don't give a fuck about these people, Tim. And, the sad part is what I'm explaining to you that is happening with that case. He doesn't care what happens to these people. He really wouldn't care if something happened to Pam Bondi. He wouldn't care. Kash Patel. You think he really gives a fuck about them?
I wanna push back on you, but there are so many folks that have actually lost a lot dealing with Trump, and I guess to respond to what you're saying, no, he didn't. I mean, Mike Lindell, Rudolph Giuliani, he kind of just let them fall by the wayside. He didn't do anything for them folks. Them two guys, Mike Lindell and Giuliani, could have rode off into the sunset, old wealthy men. They lost a fortune getting involved with Trump. I mean, Elon is wealthy, but Elon is losing a fortune now that he's gotten with Trump. I mean, it's not like it's hurting him, but he's lost a fortune dealing with Trump. So, and of course, Trump ain't rescuing him either.
No, he's not. Alex Jones is bitching. About not really. Yeah, Alex Jones is bitching. But you know what the funny part is, Tim, and I'll leave it here. Everyone in this orbit always pays consistently. I don't think with Cash Patel and the other guy all pissed off, Bondi. I'm not whatever his name is. The other one from Fox. The one that just is an assistant AG.
Oh, you're talking about the one that said she had to report on her desk.
Oh no! Oh no, not Christy Nome. The guy.
No, Christy Nome is the. No, Christy Nome is the one that said she had the Epstein list on her desk. Is that who you're talking about?
No, Dan Begina, whatever his name is.
Oh, boy, the one that's talking about, the one that's threatening to resign over the Epstein list.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Him and Cash Patel. Thank you, chat. Him and Cash Patel. If they're upset, it was going to be a shit show. It's a shit show, right? It's exactly what we thought it would be. This administration now, how it is intact, they're not going to laugh. They have no chance. They have the infighting. They're pissed at Pam Bondi. Christy Nome's lying. This shit is. It's not going to get better, Tim.
Well,
it's getting worse.
It's getting better to MAGA. MAGA really likes what's going on. Like I said, people are still giving this man an A+. MAGA's really enjoying it.
So they say. Did you play the video? Did you play the video from the Texas local city council that didn't want the money?
I haven't played it, but I have seen it where they're talking about the money that's coming from Biden and their communist and fascist money. They turned it down. Yes, I have seen that.
This is what I was telling you about the other night, where I tell you they don't care about their kids. Now, I said that before the video came out because I hadn't seen the video. They don't care about their damn kids. They don't care. They don't care about harm. They turned down money that would have helped prevented this.
They did the same thing when Obamacare passed. They turned that down too. Like, why would you turn down health care for your citizens? Like, I don't understand. I mean, this is just like, you hear about Trump derangement syndrome. Like, do you hate the liberals so much that you will turn down money? Hey, who the fuck turns down money? Trump won't do that. Like, where'd you get that from?
Turn down money, Tim, that you need because you have a known problem and lives are at risk all the time because they name it Flood Alley.
Yeah. I don't understand.
You have that retreat there every year, $5,000 a kid. You know that there's going to be full of kids all the time. You know you flash flood in Texas. You know. Instead, you turn it down. You turn it down.
I can't make that make sense.
That would help save your own children.
Yeah, I cannot make that make sense.
You can't make it make sense.
No, I cannot make that make sense.
When you saw that video, what did you think?
I cannot make it make sense. Like, I couldn't do nothing but shake my head. I mean, like, they tried to give you money that would only have helped you, and you turned down the money because you don't like the political affiliation and the people that are giving you the money. Even though, because it's federal tax money, some of it is your own fucking money back. I can't make it make sense.
That's how far gone they are. Tim.
I wish I could make it make sense.
These people are.
Yeah. I mean,
again, I know you got 200 people here. I'm about to go. I'm going to let you go, but everybody tap the screen.
Thank you. This is a late-ass night live, but I figured I'd come in and talk to the folks. Yeah, tap the screen. Give me up to 20,000.
50,000. There's 215 people in here.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mike. Thank you.
Nah, man. Man, you got your club shirt on? What do you think? All right, brother.
Holla. All right, moving on with the program. I want to respond to one of my YouTube viewers, Josie Wells. He makes a good point. You hear this all the time, and I do want to give you my analysis on it. In regards to the Epstein list, a lot of folks are suggesting that Trump is not on the list, and as evidence, they're suggesting that if Trump was on the list, knowing how much the Democrats did not want him elected, the Democrats would have released that list if Trump's name is on it. The fact that the Democrats didn't release the list when they were in power is what they're using as evidence that Trump is not on the list. I'm going to say that I would probably agree with that to about 20%. Here's my spiel on it. I believe that there are both Democrats and Republicans on that list of prominence. I believe that if the Democrats had to release that list in effort to pursue Trump, who knows, maybe you out Bill Clinton. Maybe you out other prominent liberals that you don't want to hurt trying to go after Trump. So I believe that the Democrats held that list likely for the same reason Trump is holding that list. Because Trump has friends, associates, and maybe himself that is on the list. So the idea that the Democrats, is pretty much exonerating Trump, I don't buy that because I believe that there are Democrats on that damn list as well. So it's not that they holding it because, Trump ain't on it. No, there are people on that list that they didn't want to out as well. But I always go back to my original statement that Elon Musk was in really good standing with the Republican Party until he said Trump was on that list. And to me, that should not, if you support Elon, now the liberal side, no love for Elon at all. He was bashing liberals the whole time. But the right was really favorable to Elon. All it took is for him to say is that Trump is on the Epstein list and all of a sudden his credibility is shot. That doesn't make any sense to me. You didn't question him finding waste, fraud, and abuse. You didn't even demand he proved that the waste, fraud, and abuse he was finding was even legitimate. Trusting him totally. You're celebrating him with a chainsaw, firing other Americans from the federal government. Everything he was doing was favorable among the Republican Party. Even had Republicans going out and buying Teslas when they knew damn well they spent all of 2023 talking about how shitty those cars were and did not favor the batteries or the horsepower or anything about e-vehicles. But all of a sudden Elon pops up and they're even buying electric vehicles. After all of that, all Elon does is all he has to do is criticize Trump and now his credibility is gone? I don't buy that. And I'm going to acknowledge the fact that Elon had an he had access to inside information. Who knows how much information he had access to, but we know he had access to a whole lot of inside information. Does that mean Trump's on the list? I can't say either way, but I can tell you this. I think it's flat out wrong to just immediately dismiss Elon, considering how much access he's had to not only the White House and a hell of a lot of our data, but to the president himself, to people who are orbiting around the president. For all we know, somebody else that knows Trump, that is on the list, may have told Elon Trump was with me too when I was there. Who knows? This guy has gotten access to everyone in Trump's orbit. How does he get dismissed so damn easy? That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying he's right, but there's enough there where you can't just say he's wrong either. And MAGA's adamant that he don't know what the hell he's talking about. And I will say this before we continue on and tap the screen. Appreciate you folks that are tuning in. If you had any liberal out there, let's say Bill Clinton or some other promiscuous liberal, George Clooney or someone, that you had all of the video footage and pictures that are all over social media with Epstein like Trump has, MAGA would never on earth believe that that person was not in some nefarious activity. There's a lot of pictures with Trump and hanging out with Elon. Not to mention, Epstein. Not only that, but Trump is actually on video saying, praising Epstein, suggesting he's a great guy and things like that. You think if Clooney or Biden or Clinton was doing that, you think MAGA would believe he wasn't on the list? So I'm just simply saying, you got to look at this from a non-biased perspective. I mean, you got pictures of Trump and his wife even hanging with Ghislaine Maxwell. There's a lot of celebrities that hung with Epstein. Do you know any of them that have as much photos online with that guy as Trump does? Those should be available too. Remember Oprah Winfrey and Will Smith and Tom Hanks were on the list? Remember when they were saying that? How many photos of Tom Hanks have you seen with Epstein? Have you seen him praising him? Talking about how great of a guy he is? So I'm just simply saying, you can't just dismiss Elon with all that circumstantial evidence out there. So before we go to the next caller, I said those pics are old. Of course the pics are old. The guy is dead. What do you think they're going to hand you? Of course the pictures they have with Epstein are old. He's deceased. And oddly enough, this is another interesting one before I start taking the next caller. For some reason, when it comes to Trump, bringing up old shit is irrelevant. I mean, we can bring up the crime bill of the 90s with Biden. We can bring up Willie Brown in conjunction with Kamala Harris. But when Trump is being discussed, that shit better have happened yesterday. Why is that? I mean, I bring up the cats and dogs sometimes, for instance. When that happened a long time ago, that was less than a year ago. You're bringing up the crime bill from the 90s or vote for me or you ain't black. How old is that stuff? I mean, like I said, step outside of your orbit. Make sure we can see this stuff from a non-biased perspective. Anyway, continuing on, I do want to hear this. I haven't heard this yet. I do want to hear it with you folks, and we'll go to the next call.
I mean, this is literally plopped down in the middle of a swamp. I also, since we were able to hear some of the people screaming, another man screamed out that he was poisoned by Clorox in the water, and he was in the hospital for 4 days. Now, we were told that there was no one who was ever hospitalized overnight, so maybe he was referring to the medical clinic here. But I mean,
this is Debbie Wasserman Schultz. She gave us a spiel on how inhumane the facilities are. This is, I'm not going to play it, dig it. This is a 6-minute clip. I'm not going to play it all, but I wanted to find that clip so I can let you folks hear it. Listen, I know if you're MAGA, you don't give a damn about that facility. You believe that those folks deserve to be where they're at, no matter how decrepit the facility is. But I did want to hear what she had to say. Anyhow, going back to the box, we'll continue on with Dencal. Good evening, Dencal. Welcome to the program. Now, the Alligator Alcatraz. Is this a case where they should have just simply thought about this shit before entering the country illegally? Or do you believe what's going on there is inhumane? What say you?
It's obviously inhumane to, just the location, just the whole name in the place, this crazy name to create fear. And listen, I get it. People can be upset for immigrants from coming across the border illegally or whatever. But if you understand from their perspective, this has always been the place, the land of milk and honey, the place where they could come and create a better life for themselves.
Yeah.
They know that there's some inherent risks if you get caught crossing the border, whatever, you got to go to court and stuff. But to go from that to now, if you cross the desert, if you cross the desert in the Rio Grande with your child for a better life, you are now treated worse than the worst.
Yeah, we treat them damn near like we treat them damn like the cartel. No shit.
Right.
I mean,
right. They getting treated worse than actual felons who killed people.
Yeah.
I don't think that's we've always been well, I can't really say that we've been a compassionate country. We've always called ourselves a compassionate country.
Yeah, it's more along the lines of us calling ourselves compassionate as opposed to actually being compassionate. I don't think we've been, and I'm not just simply saying from the Hispanics. I mean, literally every group of immigrants, whether it's the Chinese when they came here, the Italians, the Polish, the Jews were not even allowed here during World War II. We said they had communism in their blood, so we weren't even letting them in. I mean, the thing about it is we've been hostile to every group of immigrants that have ever come to the country, with the exception, I guess, towards African Americans, because they were coming to work for free and be in bondage. But everybody else, we treated them, well, we did treat the black people like shit too. But I mean, we have been hostile to every group of immigrants that have come to this country. There's a racial slur for virtually every group. Polacks, WAPs, what do they call them? Sand Negroes. I mean, every group there's a slur for them. I mean, we've been bad. What else is it? Wetbacks. I mean, like every group you can come up with a racial slur for them. We've been hostile to all
Yes.
of them.
Yes, and every group has been taken advantage of for cheap labor.
Yeah.
Every group has been taken advantage of for cheap labor. So, look, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Because the people want to say we're a country of laws, but they have nothing to say about all of the laws that get ignored by all of the people all of this time. They just ignored the laws that were tried to be enforced against Trump. They just ignored all of that stuff because they just don't want to believe it. But then they want to say people have been migrating into this country for decades and decades.
Yeah.
Now all of a sudden, oh well, they should have known they came over here illegally. Well, hell, the damn Constitution says, hey, in order to come here to claim asylum, you got to step foot in the country. So how the hell is they supposed to come here? You know what I'm saying? How are they supposed to come here without crossing into the country, which is technically illegal?
And see, the thing about it is, I think where I disagree with MAGA, because they do believe, well, if you came here illegal, what part of your illegal don't you understand? The problem is Trump. The people Trump is kicking out, most of them are not illegal immigrants. They are people that Trump became president, changed the law, and made them into illegal immigrants. If you go back, a lot of the folks that are being deported, if you go back to a day before Trump became president, by American standards, they were not here illegally. All of the folks that are losing TPS status, for instance, that's millions of people. Them folks were not illegal until Trump became president, changed the law, and made them illegal. And now he's saying, I'm kicking out illegal immigrants, doing what's right for the country. Okay, fine, you want to get them out of here, but they were not illegal until you came in here and made them into a fugitive. And that represents a lot more of the people that Trump are getting rid of than people who we normally would think of as running across the Rio Grande or the desert trying to sneak in the country. It ain't them people. It's people that the asylum seekers, for instance. They were not illegal until Trump came in and denied all their cases and made them illegal.
Right. And there's still, we use this blanket word illegal when the majority of them are not illegal. They're not illegal. Coming across the border is a civil infraction. It is not a criminal infraction. We are going from a civil infraction to putting people in lifelong fucking prisons in fucking CCOT or somewhere across in who knows where.
That's going to change. My guess is coming into this country illegally is going to change from being a civil infraction or a misdemeanor. Trump, if he can have his way, it's probably going to be a serious felony the first time you get caught doing it. It's going to be we're going to go from how first world countries treat people that enter the country illegally, probably closer to how third world and dictatorships treat you when you enter illegally. Trump's probably going to make it a serious crime to get caught doing it on your first go round.
Well, I don't know, and you've been the person who's let me know plenty of times. Never say never when we're talking about Trump. Yeah. But in order to do that, they're going to have to go through Congress. He's doing it right now with executive orders. I give him that. But he's going to have to go through Congress to change those things. And the way they're sitting right now after this bill that they just passed, I don't know that they have the political clout to do that, because then they would be going against all of the lobbyists of all of the agriculture company, all of the people, the farmers, everybody. So it's possible, but I don't think he's going to be able to change it going through Congress. But like I said, he's doing it right now. That's the law of the land right now until it goes into a court, and by all appearances, the Supreme Court is going to side with him on every damn thing.
I'm going to give you back exactly what you told me I'd give you back. Never say never when it comes to Trump. He just threatened to take away Rosie O'Donnell's citizenship. She's an American-born citizen, and she is born in America. Now, she don't left and move to Ireland because she wants to get out of Trump's wake because she was threatened by him. Trump is on social media threatening to take her citizenship away. MAGA ain't saying shit. Now, I know MAGA will say, well, he was just trolling or joking, but they said the same thing when he talked about sending homegrown criminals to El Salvador. It's like, how much does he have to say before you actually say, he might be serious. Like, he can get away with saying things that are literally unconstitutional. Well, but he ain't gonna do it. Why is he even saying it? I mean, why are you threatening to take away the citizenship of Americans? They're not saying anything.
You got this guy Jimmy Chain on here talking about only violent criminals are going to prisons.
No, them people at what do you call it, Alcatraz, Alligator Alcatraz. Most of them folks are not here. They are not violent folks. Now they'll tell you this guy was
El Salvador too.
Yeah,
people are not. They proved that like 60 to 70% of them didn't even have criminal records.
Yeah. I mean, even Kilmar Brego Garcia, what they're accusing him of, he doesn't have a. I mean, he's like 30-some years old. He came in the country when he was 16. They're claiming he's been in MS-13. Like, how many MS-13 gang members you find like this? They're in their 30s that don't have anything on their record. Like, this dude don't have. He got pulled over, and a cop made a reference of him having extra seats in his car, so they believe he might be human trafficking. Like, he just escaped the cops for 16 years or whatever, how old he is. Like, he ain't got nothing on his rap sheet. So
now he's got a family. He's got a family. He's in the damn. He's in like the electrical union and shit. Like, like damn, MS-13. They done came up now. Huh?
It also goes against the whole notion that, this is one reason why I'm not very Christian-like anymore, but the whole notion about, people forgive and deserve second chances. Like, this guy got tattoos. Okay, tattoos are permanent. So if you put tattoos on you, you're saying the government should be able to permanently punish you? Like, what? Is there anybody out there that have a bad tattoo on them that got their life back in order? I mean, the guy has nothing on his criminal record. So you're going to go by his tattoos, huh? I mean, maybe he was a bad guy when he got the tattoos, and maybe he's not anymore. Like, that's all you got is tattoos?
Didn't we just disregard the white nationalist tattoo that Pete Hegseth has on his chest?
In defense of Pete Hegseth.
Don't be trying to get it go into context now.
No.
Don't be trying to get into context now.
I wish I knew the date, but in defense of Pete Hegseth, I did a show on it, and I went online, and those tattoos that are on Pete Hegseth, while I understand why people are saying they white supremacist tattoos, a lot of them are part of the Catholic Church, and I was able to show that there's a lot of plausible deniability that those tattoos are not.
So you saying the Catholic Church hasn't endorsed that white nationalism? What do you mean they part of? What did I got to do with anything? Half the people in the Cosa Nostra swear they go to church every weekend.
Yeah. Well, I'm just gonna say then, if that's the case, there's a whole lot of black Catholics out there. If the Catholic Church is all about white supremacy, there's a whole lot of black Catholics. So he has plausible deniability. All I'm simply saying is I'm not exonerating Pete Hegseth, but I'm saying you can't convict him either. There is plenty of plausible deniability on his tattoos. That's all I'm gonna say. That's all I'm gonna say.
And it was so plausible that when he was active duty, they had to relieve him from multiple assignments because of that very issue. And I guess they just all willy-nilly just kicked him off assignments because he had some Christian tattoos on him.
Well, but once again, I'm going to defend Pete Hegseth and say this: you can't be going after Hegseth if you don't want them going after MS-13 tattoos. If we're going to go after tattoos, then you got to go after the MS. There's a lot of people with MS-13 tattoos on them.
I'm not going after anybody. I'm just showing the hypocrisy when you use a tattoo to condemn somebody. That's all I'm saying. I ain't saying whether his tattoos are white, and I ain't saying Garcia's tattoos, whether it's MS-13 or not. Part of his asylum claim was to, when he was young, was to get away from the exact gangs they talking about. Yeah. So I have no idea why they would just look at and then we got the president of the United States talking about he actually had MS-13 tattoo. Did somebody not tell him? Even in the moment it was happening, you've seen presidents, they be interviewed and people tap them and say,
yeah, the reporter told him that is overlay, and he didn't want to buy it.
Yeah, it's a hot mess going on right now.
I
I
just
mean,
can't
but
believe that. I cannot believe that we are criminally judging people based on tattoos alone. No, that's insane. Because people got tattoos all over them in this country. I mean, I don't have any, but I know lots of people who do. Judging somebody based on a tattoo, if we reduced it all the way down to that, I mean, anybody could be in the line of fire.
did you see the Thomas Homan interview the other day where he was talking about, yes, we can pick people up
Yep.
and we can detain them
Yeah.
for physical appearance. He literally got on there and said they've been racially profiling people under a different name.
Yeah, I'm going to say, and I know this is where my MAGA audience disagree, but I'm just going to say that unless something changes, the Trump administration is going to go down in history as a racist administration. And I'll tell you this, because we often hear when African Americans have a chip on their shoulder when police pull them over, and people, wow, maybe the cops wouldn't do this if you followed the law and wouldn't talk shit all the time. I'm going to tell you, the relationship between law enforcement and the Hispanic community in this country, it's probably going to take a generation or two to fix that. That's going to be fucked up for a long time. You think MAGA don't trust government? The Hispanic community, after what Trump talked about rapists and murderers and then turned on everybody, it's going to be a long time before that community decides to work with law enforcement to any great degree. And certainly when it comes to voting conservative, after Trump, you're going to hear a lot of conservatives in the future running, talking about how hard it is to get Hispanic votes because of what happened in this era we're living in right now. Because that man led the Venezuelans, that man led the Cubans, he led them to believe it was all about going at the criminals. He certainly didn't say nothing about getting rid of their TPS status and doing all that stuff. And having people running around the country with masks on and stuff like that. The Hispanic community is probably going to have as much problems, if not more, with law enforcement than the black community does now.
Yeah, just imagine what it'd be like down there in Dade County, where all of them Cubans was out there. I will vote.
I'm just right. Yeah, like, we love you, Donald Trump, and now you got her doing a video like he used us. Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, but I'm just trying to. I'm just wondering, and I hate to say it like this, but because they say the Second Amendment prevents tyranny. Is there a chance that I think there's one guy they're looking for now? But is there a chance that community, with these folks all over their community wearing masks and grabbing people that everybody they grabbing ain't illegal? We know that. Some people getting profiled. Is it possible some of them folks are gonna start fighting back?
Look, we've heard small instances where certain neighborhoods, and we seen the other one the other day where they was at the hemp factory where they was growing the plants, for CBD.
Yeah, they were running across the fields. Yeah,
people died. Yeah, one of the people died. Like those people, people are starting to fight back, and all it takes is one really big situation where other people will start saying, "Look, we can't just let them keep coming into our community doing this to our people." All it takes is just like we said before, like. Every time a bomb hits a family in
Gaza,
in Gaza, now that whole family now we can call them a T group now because now every family that now they done picked up grandma, they done picked up granddaughter, they done picked up. Jose, all he was doing was delivering packages, or he was out there picking fruit. Every family they get like that, they're turning those people generationally against what's going on right now. And I know the Trump people don't care. They don't give a shit about them people at all. But just understand, when there's some MAGA people still telling me that Democrats won't have a president in the next 50 years and all. They don't understand the pendulum swing.
Well, and I say that all the time. The Democrats lost because they went too far to the left on many issues. I don't think MAGA realizes, but some of this stuff is the same thing in reverse. You can go too far to the right as well. And I mean, just because you like it when it goes too far to the right does not mean it can't be hurting you simultaneously. And I think in many cases, Trump is kind of doing the same thing the progressives did. He is going too far to the right on some issues. Certainly when it comes to immigration, threatening to, send mothers to prison for pro-choice decisions. You can go too far to the right as well. I just don't think they've seen it yet. And Trump has only been around 6 months. 2 years from now, imagine all the new laws and legislation we're going to have. But before I move it on, let me ask you this: how do you say Luigi Maggione in Spanish? I gotta go. Appreciate it. Didn't count.
All right, man.
Catch you later. All right, moving on with the program. My monitor went out because my damn computer decided it needs to reset. So we'll do it off the cuff. I see somebody in the comments said this. What did he say? This ninja is e-begging. I don't know what that means, but shout out to you. Spit it out. If so, don't be chicken shit. I don't get that one. William Perry. I mean, the issue is that African Americans have people in government. That's true. They do. And I see your comment there, Roscoe. Roscoe says, deport. Hold down the spamming, Roscoe. I don't block, ban, or censor anybody. You can be critical of anybody in this program, including me. But when you type the same thing over and over again, you kind of, prevent other people from speaking. And if there's anything that I ever will block somebody for, is preventing other folks from having the ability to talk just like you. So I get your point. You want everybody deported. Fair enough. Thank you for your input. Looking in the comments, though, talking about black folks getting deported. Well, the Haitians are certainly black. I mean, and Trump removed their TPS status. I think about 500,000 of them are getting kicked out. They have till September 2nd to either self-deport or become a fugitive. The Haitian migrants do, the ones that he claimed was eating cats and dogs. So they have until September 2nd to either self-deport or become a fugitive. So you will soon likely see ICE grabbing up black people, because Springfield, Ohio, where a lot of them are, you gotta assume if they got till September 2nd, they gonna work, because they all working in that town. They got companies hiring them. They all got jobs out there. They're gonna work right up until that day. I mean, because they're not gonna be able to earn that kind of money, whatever they're making in Springfield, Ohio. I don't care if it's 12 or 13 bucks an hour. Whatever they're making working out there is more than they'll make in Haiti. So they're gonna probably continue working as long as their employer allows them, right up to the day of September 2nd. And you can be sure, with so many of them in Springfield, Trump is going to direct ICE to go to that area, because Trump is not only trying to deport folks that are here illegal or that he's made illegal, he also is trying to meet a quota. He wants to beat Obama at the deportation game. So any area where there's a large amount of them at, guaranteed to see ICE. That's why they're going to sanctuary cities and things like that. So Springfield days are numbered. There are absolutely going to be a bunch of ICE agents in Springfield. That's absolutely coming. My guess is if you're a Haitian, I don't care if you're even here legally, don't even be in Ohio after September 2nd. I would even avoid that state like the plague. You know they're going to be there. All this is doing is starting a damn civil war, says Rod S. Well, right now, people are kind of just bending over and taking it. So we'll see. Can you imagine having to go back to Haiti after getting away from there? Jail might be better than Haiti. Excellent point. And I said, that's why I asked my last caller. I'll go back to the box. By the way, tap the screen. Get your guy on up to about 60,000. We can make that happen if your thumbs are not lazy. But that's what I said. I'm surprised that some of these migrants haven't just went out in a blaze of glory. I mean, if I'm running from the cartel, or you about to send me to a third world country where I'm going to be starving any fucking way, at least they do give me 3 hots in a cot here in America. Fuck it. I mean, shit, and fuck it. I'm just going to wait till a few of them come in here and let them have it. I'm surprised that hasn't happened. Certainly when they're grabbing elderly people and things like that. I'm 70 years old and I ain't been where you're about to send me since I was a teenager. In some cases, I don't even speak the language of that country. And you're about to send me there? Fuck it. I might as well just go ahead and let you have it and then take myself out of here. I'm really surprised that hasn't happened yet. I'm really surprised. And we'll see. I mean, Trump's only been in office for 5.5 months, so it wouldn't surprise me if some people start going out in a blaze of glory like that. Everyone noticing he totally ignored my comments. Shell, no. Let me make something clear. For you guys think that somehow, some way you're saying something that is so heinous, I'll ignore your comment. Damn it, when I say we don't block, ban, or censor, when I say we go left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q, I mean that. When I say you can be critical of the host, I mean that. Nobody runs from your comment. Understand, I got 4 fucking cameras aimed at me. I'm on Clapper, I'm on TikTok, and I'm on YouTube. I got it twice. I'm on YouTube twice. I got comments flying all over the fucking place. So unless you do something, whereas some folks support the program and it makes a screen change colors or something, if you don't do anything, your comment is just blank like everybody else's. If I see it, I see it. I'll acknowledge it. But if I don't, I don't. Anybody ignoring your shit? You ain't about to say nothing that's worth ignoring. Looking at the comments, Will G says, what it says, MAGA Trump ain't shit, which I'll give my thing a moment to queue up. I was in your debate. You were in that debate. I was in your debate. Laugh Flamingo was a dirtbag. She kicked you out after you brought up Lincoln Riley, but proceeded to talk about George Floyd after. I said she didn't mind his name. I wasn't around when she talked about George Floyd, but I will tell you this. And it's crazy because you often hear the liberals are all about censorship and they're snowflakes and they want to block and cancel everybody. The only place you will find me if I'm not here talking to you folks is in a forum that is predominantly MAGA. I don't go to liberal programs. I only go to conservative and particularly MAGA programs. And I'll tell you one thing, I get canceled almost every time I go there. I get cussed out. I get blocked. I get my mic turned off. I don't do that to any damn body that come on the program. No one. So the idea that only liberals cancel people, no, that's fucked up. That is not true. The only place you find me, if I'm not here, is in MAGA-oriented forums. And they turn off mics. They cancel you. I get blocked. I get all of that shit. I don't swear at it. I don't cuss anybody out. I don't insult any of them. I get insulted every time I go there. Anytime I go to one of those lives, somebody's calling me stupid. Somebody's calling me a socialist. Sometimes the ninja word, all of that stuff happens. I don't mind. I got thick skin. So anyway, let me go back to the bots. And what was the comment this other individual said that I was ignoring? Whatever you said, you said same question. I'm gonna have to put on my spectacles. Same question, D. Ask him on the other live the other day. He gaslighted big time. Now I don't see your question though. What did you ask, Shell Jordan? Real quick, and also thank you, Dennis Calhoun says new bill gives ICE more funding than the Marines. Yeah, last I heard, ICE now has more funding than the Italian military. Going back to the box, so you're going to see ICE everywhere. MAGA should be exceptionally happy with the presence of ICE. ICE is going to be all over the country, so you should see MAGA celebrating all over the place. I didn't see the name. What does that say? The white what?
Rose.
White Rose. Good evening, or damn near morning. Okay, so what am I getting wrong on this? Do you disagree when I suggest that I believe the Trump administration is going to have the Hispanic community at odds with law enforcement for probably a generation or two?
No, I agree with that. Right?
You sound a whole lot like Tom Homan. Are you a border czar?
Huh?
You sound a whole lot like Tom Homan. Are you a border czar?
No, I'm a Democrat, bro. Nah, you won't catch me on that side.
You sound just like him, but go ahead. Keep going.
Listen, right now, this is the way I feel, right? This is a start of a genocide of Latino people. And it doesn't matter if you're a citizen or not. Because they're going after people who are U.S. citizens. They have already detained Puerto Rican people. And our democracy is over. Our democracy died in November. We're just going through the freaking paces. We are being run by a white supremacist government that just wants to see this place go totally white.
Wow. And I'm hearing that from quite a few people. Judges are starting to say that now when they rule against Trump, that he's, my opinion, I'm not going to totally say what you're saying, but I'm not going to totally disagree either. I think that it is about replacement theory, which is kind of similar to what you're talking about, where folks have started to believe that the white majority is at risk. And what they're trying to do is kind of roll that back. So, I mean, I guess you want to call it white supremacy or whatever you want to call it, but I do believe that replacement theory is the reason that folks are so gung ho on getting all these other people out of here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, this is, you know, it's stressful being a Latino in this country right now. Like I said, even if you're a citizen,
Yeah.
I mean, and it's just crazy that we as a country are on the United Nations Human Rights Abuse List.
Wow.
Did you know that?
I haven't heard that.
Think
yet.
about that. Yep. You can go check it out for yourself.
Wow.
We are on that list.
We are now doing things that in the past we might have threatened to attack another nation for doing.
Yeah.
Mistreating
Yeah.
our own people.
Yeah. The same thing that we criticize Saudi Arabia for, we're
Yeah.
doing here. You know,
Yeah.
we're doing here to everybody. And the thing is that people think that this is only going to be Latinos. It's not. They're going to go after
But let me ask you
everybody.
this: because you're saying we are on the human rights abuse list and things like. When do the rest of the world actually make a stance? I mean, right now we're still holding FIFA World Cup. We're still holding the Olympics here next year. I mean, obviously they're still riding with us in NATO. They're still trading with us. When do the rest of the world say, "Look, we can't work with you anymore"? I mean, as long as they are riding by our side, it looks like they really aren't concerned with it either.
Well, you know, it's definitely going to get to a point that if this is what I think. If we get into another war, our allies are not going to be with us. They're just not.
We say that
They're
again?
just not. Trump has totally ostracized NATO. He's totally ostracized most of Western Europe. You know, what you should do, bro, go look at news overseas, how they see America right now.
Yeah.
Because what they see America is the same way they saw Germany back in 1933.
Well, I gotta disagree slightly. I don't think that the rest of the world expects America to take its human rights abuses, for instance, outside of America. I don't think other nations expect us to start attacking them, other than Iran or some of them nations. But our ally,
Right.
Whereas with Germany, they expected Germany to go beyond Poland. Germany was literally making up excuses to attack other countries. America's making up excuses, but it's to attack its own. We're not trying to go after. Well, I guess we did threaten Canada. In Greenland, maybe we are doing that. I don't know. Canada, Greenland, Panama.
I mean,
yeah.
Right now, almost everything that Trump is doing. Have you ever read Project 2025?
I've read quite a bit of
any-
it. It's like a 900-pager.
Listen, he is doing Project 2025.
Yeah.
Even the guy who was the former president of the Heritage Foundation, he said, what Trump is doing is incredible. He's replacing the State Department. He just fired 1,200 people. He's going to put his loyalists in there. I mean, this is all his plan.
Well, let me ask you: if, let's say, for instance, Trump was somewhat successful in doing what you're suggesting, what you fear is trying to institute a white America, would the rest of the free world continue dealing with us? Would they? Obviously, we have overlooked atrocities of other nations. Other nations have overlooked atrocities of ours and other nations as well. Would the rest of the world just simply say that was a bad time in America and turn a blind eye to it?
No, I don't think so. I think that it's possible. It's possible that America will go against one of the NATO countries in the future, because I think that Trump is being led by people who just want freaking everybody to stay out of our business. I think one of the main reasons that our allies are not saying nothing is because, you know, they still need our money. They still need our trade.
Well, shit, that makes them equally complacent. I mean, basically, you can be bought out to overlook inhumane acts.
I don't know. I mean, they listen. In Somalia, they looked the other way.
Yeah.
In Darfur, they looked the other way. So, I don't know. I mean, what I'm seeing as an American citizen here is that, first of all, we are on the track to become, for this country, if he succeeds, to becoming an all-white country.
Well, wait, but let me ask you now, because Trump is only scheduled to be around for 3.5 more years. Obviously, he can't do all this in 3.5 years. Do you expect him to try to extend his tenure?
Yes. I wouldn't put it past him.
He's 70.
You see, in the Constitution,
he's 79.
In the Constitution, there are ways that you could come over and you could nullify the Constitution, especially in the time of war. FDR did that. Abraham Lincoln came over and, oh my God, he canceled habeas corpus for an entire 5 years during the Civil War.
Yeah, but MAGA made a big fuss over Biden's age. I mean, we talked about McCain's age. We talked about Bernie Sanders' age. We talked about even Ronald Reagan's age. Trump will be older than all of them. I mean, you really think they would try to give him a third term? He would literally be like 84 or something. I mean, we expect him to be viable till he's like 88, 87. I mean, he's older than Biden. When he got inaugurated in January, he actually is the oldest inaugurated president in U.S. history. You think they would give him a whole nother term?
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Wow.
You got to think of it this way, right? It's not how old he is. It's how much stuff he could do in the little time that he has. Okay? This is the same thing that happened in Germany, right? That Mr. H came over and he started out small, and by 1942 the whole country was screwed up. I think that it's possible that there'll be a false flag operation, or one of our cities will be nuked. Something will happen that he will have an excuse to come over and just say, "Well, I'm not going nowhere."
That's a good history lesson. When did, because you said about 1942, when did officially become chancellor or whatever they call it?
1933.
Okay, so it was some. I mean, so when did he hit Poland? He was in there for some years. Then it wasn't like in Trump's case, like 6 fucking months. I mean, right. He was in there for a while then.
Right.
Okay.
He hit Poland in 39.
So that's 6 years later.
Right.
Yeah, Trump don't.
But he was also planning and freaking had spies in freaking Poland, and he was doing a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. Well, if Trump takes us down that path, we should be able to see it a lot clearer than they did, because he has to move a lot faster because of how he only has 4 years to go.
Well, he's done a lot in 6 months.
No shit.
He's done a lot in 6 months.
No shit. He's done more than any other president in U.S. history, certainly in our lifetime. I don't know any president that's gotten as much done as Trump. We don't have to like what he's done, but he's done more than anybody that you could. I mean, just by mostly executive order.
Yeah, like I keep telling you, it's not how old he is; it's how much time. How much damage can you do in 4 years? Remember, in 6 months, okay, he spent the last quarter. GDP fell 2%, right?
Mm-hmm.
So imagine in another quarter, if GDP falls, that's a recession. And I'm thinking that I don't know. To me, it's not how old he is. It's how much he can do in 4 years. Like I said, in 6 months, he's done a lot. Whether I like it or not is a different story. I mean, look what he's doing with the big, beautiful bill.
Yeah, he has.
Okay, he managed to cut.
Yeah,
he's managed to almost cut every freaking services to the American people.
So
he's cut veterans.
So what are we going to end up with? Just an impoverished America?
I don't know. I think that America right now is ripe for a revolution. I don't think that we're going to go into a civil war. I think that there are a lot of white people who are mad.
Okay, and they're the
Mad
ones
at
who matter in this
who? Mad at who?
mad at Trump. And I think that this nation is really white ripe revolution. And like you were saying earlier, it's going to get to a point that we're going to have Nuremberg type trials in this country.
Yeah.
Because this is just,
I believe
this is not the America I grew up in. This is crazy. And I can't believe that we have a section of the population selling T-shirts to a freaking internment camp, doing tours, and basically like what happened to the kids in Texas, right? Those kids died, but where were they? They want empathy from us. Where were they when Trayvon Martin died? Where were they when George Floyd died?
Wow.
Where were them when you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, it's sad that a section of the population don't see me and you as U.S. citizens. They see us as the enemy. Like here on TikTok, I've seen you in lives that you don't even last 5 minutes in live because they be calling you bootlicker. They be calling you the N-word.
Yeah, I get called.
I'm like, damn.
I'm a glutton. Listen, I prefer to talk to MAGA more than anybody else, but I gotta admit, I'm a glutton for punishment. I don't go in MAGA lives without them calling me all kinds of names. It is anything but peaceful. The only reason why I'm invited back and respected is because I do not return fire like that. Otherwise, we would just be cussing each other out. If I said the same stuff to them as they say to me, the conversation would go nowhere. It works because I let them get out what they say, and then we go right back to the actual topic. But yeah, if I did the same thing they're doing to me, and it wouldn't work.
You're a better man than me.
It is what it is. I like to have a conversation. Like I said, I got thick skin.
I don't even understand why we are still talking to MAGA. It's been 10 years that we've been trying to tell them the truth, and they just don't get it.
Well, because they thought Kamala Harris and Biden were trying to destroy the damn country. They're not going to listen to you when you don't know what a girl is. I mean, they feel that you were trying to destroy the country.
I don't know. Fear is a great motivator, brother.
Yes.
And that's what Trump is working on. He is working on the fear of white people in this country, the fear that they will be overshot by Latinos, the fear that they will be overlooked, the fear that the government is changing, the fear that the demographic shift. It's fear. You have a section of the population that's being taught, you are better than these people.
Ooh.
They're not real Americans. You are better than them. They are taking your jobs. They are doing this. Oh, black people are getting killed, but it's okay because they don't comply. Okay?
Yeah.
I mean, it's sad. It's really sad to think that our country is in such fucking disarray that I can't even trust my neighbor. That I don't know if my neighbor, I own firearms. Like I told my friend across the street from me, I said, listen, we were talking about ISIS the other day. He said, oh, you're Puerto Rican, you don't have to worry about it. I said, listen, anybody comes through that door at 2 o'clock in the morning, that's it.
I'm really surprised ICE has not had that outcome. I do got to move it on, White Rose, but I'm really surprised that they're able to go around the country with masks on, and nobody has decided I'm just going to go out in a blaze of glory. I mean, because I think if you went to court, if you got the right judge, now if you get a MAGA judge, obviously you're fucked. But I think if you get an independent or certainly a liberal or progressive, you might be to make a good argument. I thought I was about to be kidnapped by strangers. These guys are just wearing masks. That could be anybody. I had to fire. I didn't know who they were. But if you go ahead.
Did you see what happened in the Bronx with the Haitians? The Haitians fought back.
With pew-pews?
The Haitians fought back.
With pew-pews?
Yeah. They went, no, not with pupils. They beat the shit out of ICE. They beat the shit out of ICE.
You want to make a statement.
The other thing too,
yeah, but if you
some people started throwing fireworks at an ICE facility.
Yeah, I did
and
see
they
that.
shot one of them.
Yeah. If you
it's
want
to get ugly in this country.
I mean, I hate to say it, but if you want to make a statement, it's going to have to be done with projectiles. I got to move it on, White Rose. Thank you for coming through, man.
Thank you for letting me up.
Always a pleasure. All right, moving on with the program. Before I go to the next caller, I want you guys to tap the screen, of course. Get your boy on up to 70,000. Smash that like you're watching on YouTube or if you're watching on Clapper. It doesn't matter what your opinion is. You can certainly state it here without any concern of the host trying to block, ban, or censor. You're entitled to your opinion, and I'll defend it as much as I can. Will G in the comments says, maggot. Nick Fuentes said to burn the MAGA hats because Trump isn't going far enough to the right and going for amnesty, aka perpetual servitude. Well, Nick Fuentes need to give Trump a little bit of leeway. Trump has only been in office for not even 6 months. As of July 20th, I think it'll be 6 months. So if Nick Fuentes is suggesting that Trump needs to go further to the right and get, perpetual servitude, basically slavery or whatever the case may be, my response is give him time. You never know. Give him time. In regards to the whole, and I see Will says Trump wants to be old mad king. He essentially already is. I mean, he has everything. If you wanted to be a king, you got a how to be a king kit. Trump has everything that's in the box. I mean, the powers that be are pretty much just stepping to the side and letting him do what he wants to do. I mean, he's kind of like the final scene of the Warriors where the Riff stepped to the side to let the Warriors walk through. I mean, they pretty much just letting Trump do whatever he wants. So, up to and including talking about running for a third term. They don't have any problem with him saying that. He's talking about deporting citizens. They're not criticizing him at all for that. So it's possible. You got to get a man time. He's only been in there less than 6 months. So some of that stuff can happen. But in regards to what I said, I do believe that replacement theory is at the helm of some of this stuff. But I want to ask you folks something. If for some strange reason, and hopefully replacement theory is not there, but if for some strange reason America became an all-white nation, how long do you think it would last? And the reason why I'm saying that is because I make this comment all the time, whether it's folks calling African Americans lazy, whether it's folks suggesting that immigrants are coming here and taxing our resources, immigrants are getting food stamps, or whatever criticisms you want to throw up on the Hispanics about changing the language, all of this stuff you hear people saying about immigrants. My response all the time is this. Once the Native Americans were defeated and the colonizers had taken over this great nation, that was the time when you could have kept this nation as white, Christian, heterosexual, as you wanted. It could have been exactly how the founding fathers intended. But no, you didn't want to do your own labor. You're too lazy, so you bring over African Americans. African Americans find a way to get freedom, and then, of course, they're going to bring some of their culture and make a few changes. So then you start hiring Chinese, or you start hiring the Hispanics for cheap labor. I say this all the time. If they just simply had did their own labor, this nation would have been as white as Norway. But the people here, the founding fathers, your ancestors, the one we don't want to hold accountable, they're the ones that fucked it up. They're the ones that took what they had in their hands, which was an all-white Christian nation, and decided to be too fucking lazy, exploit everybody, and bring all these other cultures over here. And now the country is exactly where modern white people are complaining about. So now you want to take it back to what it was right after George Washington. And most likely, once again, in a capitalist country, you're going to start having more greedy fucks if the country goes all white trying to bring people back in and do their labor again. Just do your own work. That's all you got to do. If you had just done your own work, you could have had the country the way you wanted it. Simple as that. But oddly enough, they call all the minority groups lazy. You got people making up your beds and breastfeeding your kids and shit, but you're calling them lazy. That just didn't make any sense to me. Looking in the comments, they had a choice coming from Ireland, Scotland, and Wales. Go to debtor's prison or go to the New World. The New World didn't have to take them. That's the point I'm making. The New World, once the United States was independent, they didn't have to bring people over here and take them. And they could have easily eradicated the few that were already here. This country could have been as white as snow. The only reason the changes happened is because the actual white community in this country wanted to exploit people, did not want to do their own labor. As Universe Star is saying, greed. But we don't attribute all the fuck ups to them. We attribute it to the people they brought over here. When those people didn't need to be over here, you could have just done your own shit. Looking in the comments though, when you stand before God on Judgment Day, is this the topic you're going to talk about? That's a great question, Deborah Yorker. I'll tell you something. If I'm standing before God on Judgment Day and I can see behind him Stonewall Jackson and General Lee sitting around talking to each other, I don't even want to go in there. The dude downstairs might be better and more cool to hang out with. I'm just simply saying, most of the ancestors in this country, the founding fathers, all of them motherfuckers, if they are standing behind him while he is asking me about my deeds while I don't even want to, I turn around, dude, never mind, I'm good. Let me go downstairs and see what they talking about. I'm good. Kind of like Rose in the Titanic. You ever been to a real party? I'd rather go downstairs and see what they talking about. You think I want to hang out with a bunch of Confederates? All of them slave owners who thought they were Christian and saved? No, I'd rather go downstairs and talk to them. You ever been to a real party? For all I know, goddamn it, Satan might be a black man that they can't admit was cool because he happens to be black. But the blue-eyed white Jesus is a good guy. I don't fucking know. All I know is the way they taught shit is based on racism. That dude downstairs might be a Rastafarian that's cool as hell. But because he's black, we had to paint him out to be Satan and the bad guy. I don't know. Thank you for the hat, mustache, alter ego. Moving on with the program, though. So if I go to heaven and found out I was wrong, I would rather burn than self-reflect. You might go to heaven and find out it's pretty fucking hot there. I don't understand. For instance, like what's going on right now. I don't understand how somebody like Christy Nome is expecting to go to heaven when she passed away. I mean, you taking pictures in front of a bunch of shirtless guys in cages and bragging about it while wearing a $50,000 watch. You telling me Christy Nome is going up there? I don't want to hang around her. Unless you're talking about giving up a little bit with her cute ass. Other than that, I don't want to go up there. So I'm just simply saying, I need to see who's standing by. Like when I'm sitting there talking to St. Peter, I'm going to ask, could you step aside for a minute? Let me see who's hanging out up here. Can I get a tour first? You ain't got to let me go holler at some of your folks up here. Because you might be sending me to the wrong party. You said this is eternity, right? Let me see who I'm gonna be hanging out with. I might, downstairs. It's a little warm down there, but shit, these motherfuckers is cold. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, get the lights on up. We'll continue on with Maritime, I think that says. Good evening. Who are at the party? That's what I'm saying. I need to know who up in this motherfucker. This might not be as good as you making it out to be. Maritime, good evening. Welcome to the program. If it brings them up, the box is kind of acting funny. Aren't we called the melting pot? Mixed cultures and races is what makes our country great. If mixed cultures and races are what makes our country great, then why have people been complaining about mixed races and cultures our entire existence? I mentioned this earlier. Every group that has come here, I can give you the racial slur for them. The Polish, the Italian, the Chinese, the Japanese, obviously African Americans, Hispanics, every group. The only group that really don't have a racial slur are the white people. I mean, that's the only group that don't have a slur. I think some folks call them white trash, but I think they invented that. That's the only group that doesn't have a racial slur. So, I don't know. You can blame the Democrat Party for all they do is talk about identity politics. Really? You let me know what your definition of identity politics is, because I can guarantee there's some Republicans that do the same thing. I got some slurs for them. Let me go ahead and move it on with the program. I don't know what happened with my last guest. King Finn. Good evening, King. Shimmy new car in a covered apartment. I don't know what that means. Don't know what that means. Somebody told me I was ignoring the comment. I wanted to find out who that person was and what that comment was. I never saw it again. Go ahead. Wait, hold on a second. You there, King?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, before you speak, before we get into it, Dennis Calhoun says a new bill gives ICE. I saw that. Okay, okay. What was up? What am I getting wrong, good King?
Man, first of all, you need to put a bean in that collar. Because I see you sitting there, you from the go. I know you know damn well to put a band in that collar.
Motherfuckers after midnight where I'm at. God damn it. I'm entitled to be wrinkled. I've been wearing this shirt all day.
We ain't going for that shit. 3-6 Mafia said pop your collar. You can't pop it if it ain't down. Okay, that's first of all. Second of all, you know you be on some bullshit with all that Cheeto dust on your damn chest. Stop fluffing around here, man. You got to get that Cheeto dust off your chest, man. You ain't heard me in at least a good week or two. I ain't really saying nothing. I just sitting.
Give me an example. Okay. I'm okay with the criticism. Give me an example of how I'm fluffing this.
Man, come on, dog.
Take your time. Take your time.
Crazy shit.
Huh?
Come on now. You know you letting them say that crazy shit.
What?
Now, it's been pretty much Democratic, except for MAGA reactions. Jeremy, old bum ass, with Gen F, with what's his name? Gen X, with all of that bullshit.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Attack it? What is this, like a weekend review? Because ain't none of them been on the show tonight.
This is last week tonight. But it's Quentin it's King Finn instead of John Oliver, damn it. That's what it is. I'm tired of you fluffing. Okay? But I ain't gonna go too hard on you. You ain't getting too much wrong tonight.
Thank you.
You know, you've been saying straight shit. I'll let you go with tonight. I know Gangsta Grandma gonna burn your ass, so I ain't really gotta say too much tonight because I seen her pop in here a little earlier. However, all I'm trying to say is we're not gonna really and I've been talking to people about this. I've been seeing you in your MAGA little lives and shit like that getting ate up.
I love talking to MAGA. I can't help it. I like talking to MAGA. I'm a glutton for punishment.
I don't know why. I can't understand what you still talking to them for. These motherfuckers that are asking for money for the floods are the same motherfuckers who okay with Alligator Alcatraz. We got the mama, the lady who was over there talking shit. She was on TikTok with a video talking, oh, I know you guys are okay with Alligator Alcatraz laughing. Next week, she wanted people asking for help for the fucking Texas floods. Nobody's going to talk about the fact that Mexico sent a force over here to help motherfuckers from the floods. We're not going to talk about that shit.
Speaking of that, I want you to hear this clip. I want to discuss this clip with you. Now that because you brought up something I was meaning to talk about. It's only a few seconds, but I want you to hear this and we'll talk about it on the other side.
Go ahead.
County Sheriff Larry Lida says to apply for a green card for the Mexican rescue team that rescued his family and that they will not be restricted from entering or exiting the U.S. border in the future. This statement caused a public outcry because Sheriff Lida, who is known for being tough on immigrants, has finally broken his silence by standing in front of the camera with a solemn look on his face and saying, I owe them my family's life. No one would have expected that to come from Sheriff Lida, and Kerr County was one of the hardest hit areas. The sheriff's daughter and 2 young grandchildren were tragically trapped, and when the local rescue effort was overwhelmed, a specialized rescue team sent by the president of Mexico marched across the border to help. Relying on extraordinary courage, the team managed to reach the isolated farmhouse and safely rescued all those trapped, including the sheriff's family. Sheriff Lida could no longer look at his neighbors across the river the way he used to, that human life has no nationality about a people, the Mexican people. They showed the world once again that when it all falls apart, they're the first ones to start rebuilding.
Now, keep in mind, each one of them that saved his family, at the time they did it, they were all in the country illegally. All of them did. So, I mean, is that an eye-opener?
Oh, yeah, it should be, because he was one of the main motherfuckers talking about deporting people, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. But you okay with deporting motherfuckers and sending motherfuckers to Alligator Alcatraz until it's your fucking family that need help. Yeah. Mexico sent a special force to come help motherfuckers over here. But y'all talking about deporting them.
Let me ask you, if you were the president of Mexico, would you have authorized that?
To be honest, yeah, I still would have authorized it because they need help, man. The problem that motherfuckers ain't seeing is it's not a political, it's not a race thing. Motherfuckers that need help. So when you see the quote unquote moral compass of the world supposed to be America saying crazy shit like that, how does that make us look? That makes us look fucking crazy. And they still sent motherfuckers over here to help. So, ain't that a bitch?
So let me ask it to you this way. Do you think Trump, if things were reversed, would have authorized sending help into Mexico?
Fuck no. Trump ain't finna do that shit. Your orange president daddy ain't doing that shit. Your orange president daddy is trying to find any way he can to justify spending millions to deport people that don't need to be fucking deported by his own fucking words. Because the hospitality and foreign fucking departments or foreign motherfucking industries need these people, but he's still deporting them. He found a way to basically militarize ICE. Because that's pretty much what he did.
Yeah.
He's militarized ICE into being a fucking force to deport people. And who the fuck you think he going after next? Because once all the brown and Haitian people, Venezuelans and Mexican people is gone, who the fuck you think you finna send them after next? I hope you don't think it's gonna be the trailer park, because it ain't.
Well, I hope you're wrong, but I want you to follow up what we're talking about. Another quick clip. Check this out. This is following up what you just heard. This is the governor of Texas, Greg Abbott.
Hot Wheels.
If I don't know, for some reason the damn clip does not want to play. I may not be to do this. I don't know what the fuck just happened.
Bullshit.
Yeah.
Hot Wheels talking bullshit.
Well,
Yes.
You said what?
Talking shit like his orange. He's still talking shit like his orange president daddy, because he's saying what his daddy told him to. Fucking idiot. But y'all turned away the money like you and Mike was talking about earlier.
Well, dozens of families.
I support.
10 fucking years.
Okay, well here you check it out.
Deporting the Mexicans who helped during the floods. They didn't have authorization. I've confirmed it.
While dozens of families were calling
I'll rewind.
for
I support ICE deporting the Mexicans who helped during the floods. They didn't have authorization. I've confirmed it.
While dozens of families were calling for help from their rooftops, these volunteers crossed the border with trained dogs, ropes, and first aid kits. They carried no weapons or drugs. They came to help, but were treated like criminals. Immigration agents aimed their guns at them, yelled that they had no authorization to be there, threw them to the ground, and loaded them into a van as if they were criminals. It was all caught on video, and the worst part? Just a few feet away, a family was still trapped inside their home. No one came to rescue them because the only people helping were already in handcuffs. The most outrageous part was the reaction of the Texas governor. Instead of condemning what happened, he supported it. He said anyone who crosses the border without permission even to save lives must be detained. You heard that right. Saving lives is now illegal. One of the rescuers managed to say before being taken away, "We didn't come to invade, we came to help." This scene shows more than just an arrest. It marks a line that's been crossed, day warning of what's already happening.
Okay, they should give some opinions. I don't want to hear her opinion, but what do you think about that, Dad? He supports deporting the folks that came to help.
It's sick. You know it's sick. It's twisted, it's fucked up, and it's everything that the Republicans wanted to be. Period, point blank. How the fuck you gonna let a family that's trapped fucking die in a building that's flooded, and you're too busy trying to fucking arrest some quote-unquote illegals in this country who are coming to help? You're not helping your own fucking people. It stands the same to me. The Republicans ain't helping nobody. That's the whole Republican idea. They are the party of no. Period, point blank. No.
Well,
no help, no motherfucking aid, no idea, no concept, not a damn thing. They just say no.
Well, I got a couple of viewers that are pushing back from the most strictest of levels. One guy says, "Well, it's too late to help. They crossed the line." In other words, entering the border. And another guy says, "But did they break the law?" Which is, when they came to help the Americans that were possibly drowning, they actually broke the law entering America illegally. So unfortunately, their breaking of the law is more important than the fact that they were trying to save a human life.
That's fucking stupid.
Yeah.
And whoever said that's a fucking idiot.
But here's what I don't get. If the police was chasing someone, let's say for instance, the police saw a car doing 40 miles an hour over the limit, which is by law reckless driving, a felony. And the police tried to pull that car over, and the car just kept going. And they used spike strips or something else to stop it. And when they stopped the car, they noticed a man was in the back trying to help his wife deliver a baby. They would not say, "Well, you broke the law. It is what it is." I don't know. Why are we treating the immigrants like there is literally no gray area at all? If you break the law, you must be punished. I mean, people. Go ahead.
Because the orange president daddy said so. Period, point blank. You mad as hell. All you motherfuckers mad as hell. All you Republicans are mad as hell because they crossing the border. But you ain't mad when you go get a taco on Taco Tuesday or when you celebrate fucking Cinco de Mayo. All you motherfuckers who mad about them crossing into the border, don't go to the Mexican restaurant next time. Don't fucking celebrate Cinco de Mayo. Stay your ass on your white unseasoned ass side of motherfucking town. Because I'm tired of hearing this shit. Period, point blank. The only motherfuckers that, boy, you know what? I ain't even finna go there with you. I'm finna jump on to something else. I want to talk about this Epstein shit. I'm just trying to figure out why is it that you don't believe Trump's name is on that motherfucking list? Not you personally, but these motherfucking Republicans don't believe that Trump's name is not on that list.
Because
I don't understand.
They don't believe it because he said it ain't on there. Because he said it's not on there.
And Dershowitz, his own lawyer, said it is. Dershowitz said that's the only motherfucking reason they ain't released that shit. And what it kind of makes sense. Because if it was all Democrats, the sick left, the radical left, wouldn't they have released that shit already?
I'm just going to say this. I can't say I don't feel confident of either way. I'll say this. You can't say Trump's name is on the list, but I definitely think you can't just exonerate him either. There's a lot of circumstantial shit out there with him taking pictures and speaking highly of Epstein. So I think the notion that, well, don't worry, he ain't on the list. No, I don't buy it. I mean, he very well could be on the list.
But the point of it is we ain't gonna never know because they're trying to hide him now. Yeah. Even if he ain't on the list, let's just make this clear, okay? They've been holding, quote unquote, the files from JFK, quote unquote, the files from MLK. None of that shit really exists. That shit went away with the Epstein files, right? The Epstein files is on Pam Bondi's desk, right? Just waiting to be approved by the president. They needed to be redacted, right? That's what she said a couple months ago. Yeah. How did it magically disappear?
I don't have an answer for that.
That shit make sense because it don't make sense to you either, do it?
I don't.
Because the only reason that shit ain't in your motherfucking tabloids or the National Enquirer or on TMZ is because Trump's name is all in that bitch. He had fucking access to the plane. He was on the motherfucking island. They show video of him and Epstein chilling together, looking at ladies, picking them out. Come on, man. Keep that shit 100. And let's just go here. He's already been convicted of 34 other felonies, including grape.
No, he hasn't been convicted of grape.
Come on, man.
That's flat out false. He has not been convicted of. He was found liable in a civil court that he likely assaulted a woman, but he was not convicted criminally. He would be in jail. He was not convicted criminally of grape. That didn't happen.
Look, come on now. And me or you did that shit. Me and you had any inkling of some white girl saying that they were sexually essayed by us or anything like that. Do you not think we'd be under the jail?
Bill Cosby ain't in jail.
Shit, what?
Bill Cosby is not in jail.
Come on, man. You know, okay.
Man. Am I wrong?
Keep that Cheeto dust rolling on your chest, man. I see. It's all good. I see you gonna fluff with me. Don't fluff with me, man. I don't need that bullshit.
I'm gonna ask you two questions. Number one, was Bill Cosby accused of sexual assault?
Well, I'm gonna say the same shit you just told me. He was found liable in a
I didn't ask you what he was convicted. I said, was he accused of sexual assault?
Hell yeah, he was accused.
Is he in jail?
Several different ways.
Okay, second question, is he in jail?
Probably not now, but again, Bill Cosby is older. What, is he older than Trump now?
You just said if it was you or me, as if, if it was a black person, they wouldn't get away with it. Bill Cosby got away with it.
Okay, well, they need to let Diddy out there too long. R. Kelly need to be freed too. And why the fuck is Giselle Maxwell not free?
That's a great question. I don't know why Giselle Maxwell ain't free. She should, if there's nothing there, if there is no there, she should be let out. And I heard Trump had investigating pardoning her. So my guess is Giselle probably will not. She probably is a short timer. She probably won't be in jail very long.
Why she spent the last couple of years in jail though? That's the question I got. If it doesn't exist, if there's no smoke there's no fire, right? So why was she in jail in the first place? Since the Epstein list doesn't exist.
It's a good question. Because they thought they could actually cover things up. But Trump came on the scene making all these wild promises to expose shit. If he had just shut his fucking mouth, this wouldn't be this way. I mean, Biden never promised to release the list, so he wasn't hammered for not doing it. Trump came along trying to get elected, making all these promises of shit he never had any intention of doing, and now he's opening stuff up like a bad can of worms. He should have just took the same path as Biden and didn't talk about it. But he messed up by promising to do something he never had any intentions of doing.
You should have just shut his fucking mouth. It ain't even got to be what Biden did, because it ain't even. I mean, that you're fueling BDS, Biden delusional central. You know, with the shit you saying, he ain't got to do nothing like Biden did. He can just shut the fuck up.
Real quick before I move it on from you, your Sirius points out that you said white unseasoned ass. He says that wasn't racist at all. So he's suggesting that you, my Sir King Finn, is a racist.
I don't give a fuck. Show me a white person that's put real seasoning on their motherfucking food.
I know white people that can cook. What is the guy who has the chef that's on TV? I mean, there's plenty of white people that can cook.
Please don't say Bobby Flay. Please don't say.
No,
Bobby
what is the
Flay.
guy who's angry all the time? Be cussing folks out.
You talking about Ramsey? Oh, Ramsey ain't white. Ramsey British. That's different.
I gotta go, King Finn. Thank you, appreciate it. No fluffing. All right, moving on with the program. By the way, tap the screen. He's British. Tap the screen. What are you going to defend Sam Cowell next? Get your boy on up. We might be across the 100,000 at this late hour. I'm white. I can cook, says Maniac. Mad Jack Maniac. Yeah, a lot of white people can cook. A lot of good cooks that happen to be white. I don't buy that white people can't cook. Too old to serve tablets here. No, Bill Cosby is not serving time because they gave him a sweetheart deal, kind of like they gave Epstein, but they told Bill Cosby that if he cooperated, they wouldn't use his testimony against him. He cooperated and brought up using Quaaludes and shit on broads, and they reneged on their promise and then prosecuted him. And fortunately for Bill Cosby, who has good counsel, he was able to use that as a way to get out and show, look, you weren't supposed to charge this guy. You made a promise not to do it. You violated your promise, and the judge let him out. So that's how he got out. He should have never been in there. Bill Cosby should never have done a day. Based on, I mean, I'm not saying he's an innocent guy. I'm saying the law is there for a reason. If people get what do you call it, immunity or protection from prosecution all the time for testifying and working with police. The guy did what they asked him to do, and they didn't keep up their end of the bargain. So it is what it is. One thing I wanted to bring up, and I was talking to my last caller about this, and thank you guys that are tapping the screen. Smash that like button if you're watching on YouTube. I don't understand, because everybody is saying, when it comes to illegal immigration, what part of the law don't you understand? In other words, they are here illegally, and they broke the law. What part of the law don't you understand? And that's why I use the whole example of a car. The cops chasing down a car, and then they find out the reason these people were not stopping for police is because they got a woman that's delivering a baby in the car. Nobody would tell somebody under that circumstance, well, the law is the law. Nobody would arrest anybody like that. There are times when we understand that a person may have been in a desperate state or something may be going on as a reason they breaking the law. You've had mothers that were caught in Walmart shoving baby formula under their dress or in their purse or in the pram or the stroller or whatever. And in some cases, some of the cops have actually, as opposed to arresting them, paid for the formula because it was pretty obvious this person could not afford to feed their damn kid. They didn't tell them, well, the law is the law. Why is it with this group of people are we demanding perfection? Anybody that's in the country illegally, no matter what the circumstance is, punish them by deporting them. No gray area, no nothing. We provide gray areas all the time. And I'll tell you this, if they did that to us, none of us agree with it. For instance, we all know what the speed limit is when we're driving down the highway. How many of you follow that? How would you feel if the police pulled you over 1 mile over the limit every time? The law is the law. We gotta follow the law, right? 1 mile an hour over the limit. They're pulling you over, giving everybody tickets. Everybody on the highway, let's say say for instance, they put in digital cameras on the light poles, and everyone that drove 1 mile an hour over the limit or more received a ticket in their house, to their house. And they could easily do that. They could easily put an ample amount of cameras on light poles all up and down the highway, because the cameras would quickly pay for themselves by the price of the tickets. They can easily do that. Thousands of cameras. The law is the law. You were 1 mile and over limit. I mean, the sign clearly says 65. Here's a picture of you doing 66. You said you got to follow the law. How we would hate that. Why, when it comes to the immigrants, are we demanding perfection? There is absolutely no excuse at all we'll accept from them. If you break the law, you must be punished. When we let Americans off for breaking the law under certain circumstances, particularly if they're in a desperate state, like the pregnant woman or the shoplifter example I use. If the person is running from the cartel or something, the law is the law. I just don't understand that. Why do they have to be perfect when none of us are? Can somebody explain that to me? Anyway, looking in the comments, I got pulled over for 1 mile over the limit and went to jail that day. I'm going to tell you right off the bat, Antone Davis, you're saying you got pulled over for going 1 mile over the limit and went to jail. There's a lot more to that story. I'm certain of it. There's either that or you just got out for killing somebody or some shit. Something about you. There's no way I believe that. You got pulled over for doing 1 mile an hour. They took your ass to jail. Yeah, there's a lot more to that story. You don't left a whole lot out. Let me know what chapter I need to read that you didn't cover, because there's a lot more to that. Looking in the comments real quick. It was just a joke, just like your joke says you're serious. Okay, all right. No, but I'm serious though. Why is it that we're demanding perfection from immigrants when we let people off for all sorts of things? People accidentally kill motherfuckers and get off. Well, maybe he was reaching, or I could understand why you were afraid, things like that. We let people off for all sorts of things. We understand that even though they broke the law, there may have been some existential circumstances supposed to why they did it, and we let people go. But when it comes to them, we are demanding perfection. If you break the law, you must be punished under every circumstance. Deport, deport, deport. This is why people are saying it sounds like hate. When you start demanding that they be perfect, and I mean, look at what happened on January 6th. We were willing to forgive all of them. I mean, there's clearly lawbreakers on January 6th. We're okay with forgiving all of them. We can bring up BLM if you're happy with that as well. Lots of them got away with it. The January 6th thing is even more so though, because they were charged and let go. So why are we demanding perfection from the immigrants? Anyway, looking in the comments though, can you admit that there are too many people crossing the border illegally? Thomas, I want to say yes, but the problem is we're not going after the illegal immigrants. That's the problem. If Trump kept his campaign promise, getting rid of illegal immigrants and getting rid of criminals, I don't think we would have this much backlash. But when you start changing laws to make people illegal that were not otherwise illegal, Trump has made millions of immigrants illegal that were not illegal until he took office. And by the way, when he was campaigning to get elected, he was already calling them illegals. They were not the Haitian migrants, the ones he claims are eating cats and dogs, for instance. Those folks that were working in Springfield, those people are all here legally. They're not criminals. They're not on welfare. They were all here working legally. Now, some of them received welfare and shit like that when they first got here, but the overwhelming majority of those folks in Springfield, Ohio are working. They're not criminals. They're not out raping and murdering anybody. Trump became president and changed the law, so now they are fugitives as of September 2nd. So when you see them getting deported, people are going to be saying, well, they didn't follow the law, they got to go. No, the law changed and made them criminals. You hear Second Amendment folks say all the time, come and take it. I don't care what law you change to the Second Amendment. I'm not going to follow it. I'm going to keep my right to bear arms. I don't care if they get enough judges or enough senators to change the Second Amendment. I'm not giving up my firearm. They say it all the time. But we changed the law on these people. And we expect them to adhere to the new change, which is essentially sending them back into a state of desperation and poverty. Anyway, looking in the comments, continuing on, immigrants been getting government assistance for over 100 years, and that's a good point as well. Patients was here for a period of time. They were not here to live forever in America. Once Haiti got better, they have to go back, and you know what's so hilarious, they don't want them. No, the problem is Haiti has not gotten better. I talked to someone on a MAGA Live, and I'll go to the box after this, but I talked to somebody on the MAGA Live earlier, and he claims to work for ICE, and he sounds like he was legitimate. I was in a MAGA Live, this guy, and what he said is he was trying to defend Trump. He certainly defends the deportations. He stated that because Trump said we can deport them back to Haiti because conditions in Haiti have improved. What he stated is the conditions in Haiti in terms of safety has not improved. The difference is they went from not having no government to having a government. So you're not any safer in Haiti than you were when they did not have a government in place. That's the only change. And I believe that same change applies to Venezuela as well, because we removed TPS status from Venezuelans, Hondurans, Cubans, Haitians, and there's a fifth group in there, Nicaraguans, all of them. Haiti has not improved. Haiti, it is not any safer for those Haitians to go back to Haiti than it was when they left. Trump is just giving you some bullshit to kick them out. Looking in the comments, a federal judge in Los Angeles issued a temporary restraining order against the Department of... Yeah, I heard about that. I'm not confident Trump is going to follow that, though. Going back to the box, Top Dog. Good evening, Top Dog, or good morning. We're actually past the midnight stance here. Top Dog, welcome to the program, if you will. All the groups Reagan gave amnesty to in the 1980s. Yeah, that's true. He gave amnesty to thousands of Hispanics. Ronald Reagan did that. It's a different party under Trump. It's not the Republican Party anymore. It's the MAGA party. I think Reagan, by 2025 standards, would be a rhino. Because obviously he differed from Trump on his stance on Russia. I mean, I don't think any of the Republican presidents from our lifetime, Reagan, Bush Sr., Bush Jr., even the ones that ran for president, like Mitt Romney and John McCain, I don't think any of them would be respected to any significance among MAGA in the new party. I mean, they're Republicans. They're not MAGA. MAGA would call all of those folks rhinos. In fact, they do call the Bushes, they called McCain a rhino before he passed away, and they certainly feel the same way about Romney. So it's a different party. It's a different party now. If they are legal citizens and working, they will not be harmed. That is not true. Matthew, who said that? He said if they are legal, Matthew Kane adventured something. If they are legal citizens and working, they will not be harmed. That's not true. You got people that are simply filming ICE, that are being accosted by them and handcuffed and left and detained and shit like. No, if people are getting profiled. If you brown and you hanging around a Home Depot during an ICE raid, they're gonna come and grab you. And they don't have any legitimate reason to do that. You can't just grab somebody for being brown. Tom Homan just recently said you can. I think he said that today or yesterday. The border czar. He did say you can grab somebody simply because of how they look. So the idea that you won't be harmed if you're legal, that's not true. They're getting profiled and grabbed all over the damn place. You might have a damn gun aimed at your face. When they're grabbing you, these guys are heavily armed and shit like that. If one of them approaches, it's no different than your regular cops. If they are profiling you and you get angry and say some shit, they're going to escalate that. They're not going to de-escalate it. Whatever they're doing to you, they expect you to take that shit. And I see in the comments, Lando Imani says, I'm lying about that. It says it's bullshit. I mean, I could play clips, but you probably wouldn't believe in the clips. I mean, I could show you, I've played them on the show before, but there are clips of people who were grabbed by ICE. In fact, there are American citizens that they've grabbed and held them until the person had to prove they were an American citizen. You can't just stop somebody and demand they prove that they are a citizen in this country. They're doing that. They're doing that. It's bull. You know why bullshit? You know why it sounds like it's bullshit to some of my viewers, like what is it, Lando Imani. If you watch right wing media, they're not going to show you that. If you watch right wing media, they're going to show you only the legitimate the detainees that are being legitimately stopped and arrested. They're not going to show you the fuck ups. They're just not going to show you that. So if somebody, like for instance, that was an American citizen that was on a jet about to be sent to El Salvador, and the jet had mechanical problems. And during that time, it was discovered this is a citizen, and they had to let the person go. That ain't gonna be on Fox. They're not gonna put that shit on Newsmax or OAN. There are plenty of people that are American citizens that are getting fucked up by these people. Made by Obama, then Trump. The details are astounding. Why such a big deal now? Because of the bragging, Weston. And I do agree with the notion of, well, why didn't people say anything about this when Obama was doing it? Bragging has consequences. It just does. I mean, let's pick your favorite team. If they're winning championships, people like them. Their support, their fan base snowballs. It gets bigger and bigger. People like a winner. But if your winning team is winning and they're constantly bragging about it and they're taunting their opponents, people start hating them, even though they're doing the same thing as the team that's not doing it. So the boasting, the boisterous mindset of Trump, that brings enemies. That brings enemies. I had somebody ask me, why do people hate Trump so much? Like, people ask me that. And I'm like, what do you think? What do you think when he's saying, I could go for some mean tweets and calling people snowflakes and saying, fuck your feelings? Do you think he's trying to make friends? Like, is that a shock that people don't like the guy? I mean, you really think he's trying to make friends when he's saying, nervous Nancy, Pocahontas? You think that stuff is meant to be making friends? Even if you think he's doing the best job any president has ever done for America, how can you not see where insults can lead to people not liking you? I could go for some mean tweets and toot our ass. Remember that? Well, that comes with consequences. Anyway, looking in the comments, people probably hate me, but I'm just trolling like a mug. Hey, Sterlo, appreciate it. I challenge you as a Black American to leave all your identification at home, cross the Mexican border, and see how long you stay there before you get kicked out of the country. Mike, that's an interesting point you raised. I guarantee you, if you enter Mexico illegally, you're not going to go to Alligator, Alcatraz. They don't have anything like that. I guarantee you right now, as we speak, America is treating illegal immigrants in this country worse than any of our allies in most of the free world. You got to start looking at dictatorships in third world countries and places like North Korea now to find countries that treat illegal immigrants worse than we are currently doing it. You're not going to get treated like that if you go to Mexico illegally. And let me give it to you this way. Proof that I'm not just full of shit when I say this. Here's some proof. And I think all of you can acknowledge this. Every year in this country, there are plenty of Americans, and you can go all the way back to America's Most Wanted. We can talk about Dog the Bounty Hunter, shit you've actually seen on television. Every year in this country, in effort to flee cases that they have against them. I'm talking about red-blooded American-born citizens. I'm talking about Americans born in this damn country. I'm not talking about illegal immigrants. I'm not talking about anything else other than a red-blooded American. Every year, there are Americans in this country that are charged with crimes, and in effort to flee justice, they either run into Canada or they run into Mexico. You've seen them on America's Most Wanted. You've seen Dog the Bounty Hunter go down there and get somebody. In none of those cases were they treated the way we're treating immigrants now. That's the point I'm making. So people enter Mexico and Canada illegal all the time. Americans do that all the damn time. And when they get caught, they are essentially brought back. They're not thrown into some kind of camp, some kind of Alligator, Alcatraz, even the ones that are criminals. They're held until the United States comes down there and get them. They don't treat them like we're treating people right now. And those are the examples. I mean, America's Most Wanted was constantly talking about Americans that they were looking for that went into Mexico. When they get caught, they run you, and if it turns out you're a criminal, they notify America and they send you back. They don't send you to some kind of alligator Alcatraz type shit. They were not doing that. So right now, we're pretty much in line with the likes of North Korea and some of the other third world countries. We treat you really bad if you come in this country. If you sneak into Canada right now, you think they're gonna treat you like they're treating them folks in Florida? You really think the Canadians are doing that? You think they're gonna throw you into some kind of place like that and brag that alligators can get you? That ain't happening in Canada. They're not doing no shit like that. And by the way, Americans take cruises also to other countries. Right now, a lot of people go to the Bahamas, Bermuda, Virgin Islands, all those countries in the Caribbean. Obviously, there are cruises to Mexico. All of that. And very often, the cruise stops at a port and the people get drunk or they fall asleep or they're out fucking one of the locals or something and they forget to get back on the ship in time. So the ship leaves without them. They are officially in that country illegally. Have you heard of any of them being sent to places like Alligator, Alcatraz? We got American citizens that are in countries illegal all the fucking time. Period. Virtually every single place that Carnival and Royal Caribbean goes, Americans miss those ships. In fact, there are places you can go on YouTube and see people running and trying to catch up with the ship they missed. And when that ship leaves them, they are officially in that country illegally. They don't throw them into cages and shit like that. They don't do it. None of them do that. So I did it well. If you enter another country illegally, watch how they treat you. It's going to be a whole lot better than America's treating you. Cassius. I'm assuming that's not Cassius Clay, but good morning, Cassius. You'll probably come out traumatized. I don't think so. I would much rather enter Canada illegally right now than enter America illegally. Cassius, good evening.
Hey, sir. I've been listening. I've been enjoying your show.
Thank you.
The last caller you had up there, I think I forgot his name.
The White Rose.
The guy who said period point blank.
I don't know. Go ahead, get it. What did he say? What did you disagree?
Your friend that was saying period point blank. Yeah, he was.
Oh, you talking about King Finn? King. Okay,
King
what about him?
Yeah, period point blank. Yeah, I agree with everything. Period. That he said he was on point. And White Rose is exactly. He was good too. And there's one thing that White Rose was talking about that I wanted to say is that he was saying he said eventually. People are going to rise up against ICE, and he was telling you about what happened in New York with the Haitians.
Yes,
that fought back, and I'm here to tell you, it's already begun. I'm surprised you haven't heard about it. What happened in the Prairie Center in Texas, in some Silverado, El Dorado, Texas, some part like that. The 12 people that ambushed ICE, you haven't heard about that?
I heard about, and there's one they're still looking for, something like that. They use fireworks.
They found him.
Yeah.
The 12, right. So it's already begun. They've, they ambushed ICE. And because of that, a lot of the ICE agents were quitting, because a lot of them are January 6th. Felons anyway that Trump deputized and hired, that's an insult to us also, and so it's already begun.
Well, I need to see it happening more than that for me to really feel it, because like I said, I need to see some Luigi Mangione type shit. That's what I would feel. I'm not calling for the loss of life for any ICE agent, but I'm just simply saying, when you're going around grabbing people while wearing masks and not identifying yourselves, and like what I'm saying, even though MAGA disagrees with me, they're doing this to legal Americans too. It's not just happening to illegal immigrants. MAGA thinks it's just illegal immigrants, but I'm pretty sure that regular American citizens that just happen to be brown are being, at the very least, maybe not thrown in any facility, but they're detaining you by the side of the road, making threats, going through your pockets. I mean, it's a wrongful search. I mean, they don't have the right to. You're not doing anything wrong. You just happen to be brown. They can't grab you and make you prove that you're a citizen. I definitely believe that's happening. Do you think that's happening?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely. They've shown it already. That all these people that have that were citizens that got caught up in it and were shipped to detention centers and whatnot. And I'm telling you, the 12 people who ambushed ICE, look it up. Those people had ARs. They had paramilitary.
They sure fucked that up. They didn't get.
One of them was a former service member. The last one that they caught.
They sure. That was. I mean, if you're gonna go down for trying to take out federal agents, like goddamn, the planning for that had to be shit. Like they didn't score anything.
They didn't score anything, but they got off some rounds, and
Yeah.
they had on, and they were dressed in black, and they were some white people. So it looks like.
I mean, but hold on. Listen, this is what I'm talking about. ICE is all over the country. They're not hard to find. You mean it's 12 of y'all? You guys got carbines and shit like that. You got the element of surprise, and you can't get nothing. I mean, you can't even pinch the motherfucker. I mean, like this is the worst planning. Like you got the element of surprise and 12 people on your side, and you got carbines and shit, and you don't get nobody.
That was my thoughts. I was like, what the? When you see the video clips of the news, that carried it down in Texas, you're like, oh my God, they did all of that pew-pewing and nothing?
Yeah, that's a terrible outcome. I mean, where's the DC sniper at? You can't park in a car near a Home Depot? I mean, like, shit. Find out where they at and park an old deuce in the quarter there and hang out in the trunk. I mean, like, you can't find nowhere. This is the best you can do is that bullshit? Come on now.
Somebody in the comments said J6s don't DIE.
Oh my! Apparently, that person has never heard of Ashley Babbitt, huh?
Okay, obviously.
Yeah, because I think she did a really good job at DIEing. So I disagree with that. So at the end of the day, though, I mean, why are we holding them to this higher standard where they got to be perfect when we allow Americans who commit crimes all the time to sometimes get away with it? If it's doing something criminal out of desperation, like I mentioned, delivering a baby and you're not stopping for police, or you're shoplifting but you're doing it for an infant that's home starving, we don't just throw everybody in jail. Why is it when it comes to the immigrants, we're like, if you don't follow the law, you must be punished?
It's just like your boy Period Point Blank said. They are ethnic cleansing right now. They feel that their existence is a threat to them. In this country, they use them, to farm. They use them to clean the hotels. They use them to cut the lawns. They use. Okay, now I guess they like, hey, y'all populating too much. Y'all got to go.
Well, they're the ones that took away the right to choice. I mean, he's like, shit, that ain't going. So go ahead.
And that was all about white women. That was not about black women. They were not trying to stop black women from having the ABs. They're trying to stop white women from having ABs because they want to up their population. It's all about control, all about white women.
I mean, how could you get because you make it sound like the Trump administration is just some kind of racist administration.
You think they ain't? Look who they got up in there. Stephen Miller. And then the other guy that runs ICE, that Holcomb or Holman, whatever his name is. Okay? And
wait, hold on. Tom Homan worked for the Obama administration.
Yeah, maybe Obama didn't know that this fool was a secret racist. Yeah. He obviously played that role and got that job. Remember Flynn? Flynn was so bad that his name was already out there, and they was like, look, y'all gotta get rid of him. He is Flynn was so he couldn't cover his stuff up. You know what I'm saying?
This is what we voted for, right?
I ain't vote for that shit. I ain't vote for that. And hearing these MAGA people come out, I didn't vote for this. Yes, you did. You did vote for it. The ones who are finally seeing the light, I didn't vote for this. I didn't vote for that. Yes, the hell you did. We warned you. We told you about Project 2025. Guess what? It's checking off the list. Everything that we said is check, 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 check. Trying to get rid of Medicaid, check. Trying to have cuts to Social Security, check. Getting rid of SNAP, check. Indemnifying the police, meaning giving the police immunity, check. Because what he did was he got rid of the police corruption database, okay, so that corrupt police can move from state to state freely, all right, okay. Then he pardoned the January 6th people, check. We gave the rich a permanent tax break, check, okay.
Wow. So with 3.5 years left to be our president, what are you expecting?
Please, Lord Jesus. Please, Lord, let the Simpsons be right. Please let the Simpsons be right. Let the Simpsons be right.
You're not calling for that. You're not hoping that Trump passes. You're not hoping that the man pass away, are you?
Yes, the hell I am.
Really?
in the worst way. I mean, the worst way.
You want?
I know it's bad.
You're hoping that a human being
like that to say this stuff, but you know what? That's the devil. He ain't nothing but the devil. And they shall wear the mark of the beast upon their foreheads. This man done broke every commandment in the book 3 or 4 or 5 times over. He stole from a children's cancer charity fund. The man stole from a children's cancer charity fund.
I'm being told. Wait, hold on. I'm being told that Trump is a Christian.
Yeah. Hold the Bible upside down. Can't give you a damn verse. Okay. Talking about 2 Corinthians is 2 Corinthians. You know what I'm saying? Didn't touch the Bible when he got sworn in. Did not put his hand on that Bible.
He did it the first time. He did it the first time. The first time he got sworn in.
But the second time around, he said, I don't need God. Because he said, I am the chosen one. He better than God. I wrote this book, The Art of the Deal. Some people say it's better than the Bible. Well, almost second to the Bible. Did he say that? Yes, man.
Did he say The Art of the Deal is better than the Bible?
Yes, he did. In an interview, yes, he did. Some people are saying, you know how you do that? Yeah. Some people are saying shit. When some people is him.
I gotta say though, when I think about Obama in a tan suit or not wearing a flag lapel pin or getting off Marine One and not saluting folks, they sure overlook a lot of shit Trump does. I mean, 'cause we held Obama to the fire for all that little lame shit, but then Trump gets up there and holds the Bible upside down, or as you say, 2 Corinthians. They don't say anything about that stuff.
The man don't even. They asked him. Remember, the reporter asked him, "What does the Declaration of Independence mean to you?" This man said, "Well, it's exactly what it is. It's a declaration, and it's a declaration of love and peace and unity." And the reporter Terry Moran looked at him like, "Nigga, what? Look what the fuck you just said?" He's the president of the United States of America. I mean, seriously, if Obama had stolen from a children's cancer charity fund, man, he would have never became president of the United States. Never. Well, just that one thing right there.
He won all 7. He won all 7 swing states, Cassius.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he though?
Yeah.
Did he though? Because I don't think so. I think there was some fuckery, some trickery, and some Elon Muskery and all of that thing that went on. You know what I'm saying? Elon said, if it weren't for me, he wouldn't have been president. And in several on videotape, Donald Trump basically said, he knew a lot about computers, talking about Elon Musk, in the state of Pennsylvania, he knew a lot about computers and all these other things like that. I believe it was some fuckery. In all honesty, I believe that was.
Well, I'm going to say what Trump said. too big to rig. If the Democrats had made the election too big to rig and so many people didn't show up to vote, it wouldn't have been that way. But the Democrats shot themselves in the foot by, well, Biden, to me, the biggest reason is Biden. Biden refusing to step down, giving Kamala Harris only 100 days, and making it so that the Democrats couldn't choose a candidate. They have no time left because Biden, after that horrible debate on June 27th, it still took him like almost 2 months to step down. Biden is a lot of the reason why the Democrats lost.
Well, maybe.
I mean, you see Tim Walz getting up there talking about we only got 107 days, we can sleep when we die and all that shit. It shouldn't have been that close. I mean, they should have had more time to run. If Biden had kept his...
Or put it this way, America shouldn't have been that dumb to vote for Donald Trump. That's what it all boils down to. They shouldn't have been that dumb. Don't just put it on
I'm going to put it on Biden. I'm going to put it on
They
Biden.
fell for the okie doke. Look at
Well,
those podcasters.
when you say...
Those white guys on the podcast,
Yeah, but when you say...
they're now saying that they feel duped. You know, you got MAGAs saying that they feel duped all because of the Epstein thing. You mean to tell me that this Epstein thing is the thing that's going to separate, that's going to break MAGA? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I'm not gonna argue with the notion that Trump during his campaign told a lot of lies, everything from ending wars to like you're talking about releasing the Epstein list. But I'm gonna say I still blame Biden. I mean, the Democrats made their share of mistakes too.
Yeah.
Obviously, not knowing what a woman was and being tied to defunding the police and not having an answer for that. Even though Biden and Kamala Harris and the likes of Nancy Pelosi never called for defunding the police, they didn't have an answer for that. And the Republicans are able to...
A woman is a woman. It's a crazy question in the first place. I mean, to even ask, what is a woman? A woman is a woman. That's what it is. A woman is your mama. Okay, everybody got a damn mama. If they living and breathing, everybody got a mama.
Well, the Democrats...
What a woman is. That's who a woman is. To even ask that question is asinine.
The Democrats were not even answering the question as clear as you just did.
All they had to do was say, ask your mama.
I'm just simply saying they did not answer the question, and the Republicans are still using that as ammunition.
It's a wedge issue, and it's crazy. It's wedge, just like the trans thing. Wedge issue. You know what I'm saying? Cultural wedge issue.
But that's politics, Cassius. I mean, wedge issues go. I mean, even Obama with healthcare and talking about the companies are ripping you off and spreading the wealth around, blaming the rich. I mean, wedge issues is how you win races. I mean, they let Trump get up there and put a good wedge issue up there and win.
Oh yeah, and he did. Oh yeah, he had plenty of them. AB was one of them. Trans people was another. They're eating the dogs, they're eating the cats. That's another.
That's insane, but it did.
But it's all asinine, is what I'm saying. If you got half a brain cell, you would have known this man was bullshit.
Well, I'm just gonna say what they used to say back in the hood. Don't hate the player, hate the game. He used the game. I mean, he is. Even right now, when you got you had the whole folks that tried to ambush ICE. You got folks talking about the Democrats are wrong because they didn't denounce it or whatever. And then you got shit like what happened down there in southern Texas, and some folks are like, well, you fucked around and found out by voting for Trump. And they blame, I'm like, MAGA's making a killing by not being sorry about any damn thing. But the Democrats are expected to be apologetic and sympathetic. MAGA's making a killing off of not having empathy. But all of a sudden, these people die in a flood. And I mean, they literally are taking pictures and selfies on it to hope that somebody get eaten by an alligator. But all of a sudden, the Democrats, oh my God, the flood, and they're not sympathy. So the guy is really good at the game, man.
They ain't got no morals, man. And the real reason, the real issues are not these wedge issues. The real issue is white supremacy. That's the real issue. America never dealt with slavery the way that they should have dealt with it. After the Civil War, when these people went to war, over 600,000, 800,000 lives lost, and then the Union, the North, capitulated to the South when the South told them, hey, it's dark down this motherfucker. You think that we gonna let these Negroes walk at all times of the nights? No, I'm gonna need them to have papers in their hands. Okay, they allowed those Jim Crow to happen. Okay, they should have never allowed that to happen. You went against America. You were a traitor. You get no bases named after you. You get no statues named and all that stuff in America in prominent places. They capitulated to them because they were white. They're white. The whiteness still had something, even though they fought and unalived each other. Still, I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna bend a little bit to your whiteness.
And even now, I gotta move it on. But Trump just named a lot of the bases back after those folks. So
you know, I know he did. But you know what I say? Somebody say, you know what I tell when I go into MAGA Lives. You probably heard me in MAGA Lives before. I've been on your show before. You know, I came up here preaching one time and had y'all. I was like, and them motherfuckers is going to hell. Oh yeah, one after the other. You know, that was me that time that I went on that rampage. You know, because I was smoking and drinking. But I tell them, I said, look, flip the script. Suppose if it was Tyrone Crow instead of Jim Crow, huh?
Wow.
Flip the damn script. You know. Okay, suppose if it was us who did that to you, okay?
The mindset would be totally different. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's kind of like that. We can wave the Confederate flag. We can celebrate St. Patrick's Day and all this shit. The minute black people start talking about their history, y'all need to get over that. I gotta move it on, though, Cassius. Appreciate it,
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Always a pleasure. Thank you, Cassius. In the comments, every country had slavery. It was just the way of the world at that time. Africa still has slavery to this day. Yeah, that's true, but that doesn't take away from the conversation. I mean, on September 11th, when people are saying never forget about the World Trade Center, every country has had terrorism. Countries still have terrorism to this day. You think that might not spoil the mood? I don't know why when the African Americans talk about their history and culture, people zoom out and start throwing all kinds of other shit in there. Like, well, everybody does that. Or, you know, that happened in Egypt too. I mean, do we do that on anything else? I mean, when we're talking about the bombing of Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941, well, you know, other countries got bombed too. For some reason, when it comes to African American shit, it's about diluting it. That makes no sense to me. I don't understand that. Yeah, slavery happened everywhere. But so did every other event we honor and celebrate here. They all happen in other places. I mean, so, you know, on July 4th, well, other countries have gotten independence and freedom. You want to hear that? I don't know why African American history is always neutralized. To me, that doesn't make any sense. Just like the same thing with it's okay to wave the Confederate flag. But then when African Americans start talking about slavery, that happened years ago. You're not a slave. You need to get over it. Like, you ain't a Confederate. You waving that shit. That also was hundreds of years ago. You're not a Confederate. You can wave the flag. But if this guy starts talking about slavery, he needs to get over that. It just doesn't make sense when you consider that those events happened at the same time. While the Confederates existed, so was slavery going on. So if it's okay for you to wave a flag and celebrate your ancestors, because that's what they say, it's about pride and heritage. Well, if you're going to wave a Confederate flag in honor of your ancestors, you're going to probably remind me of mine that existed during the same time. And they didn't have it so good. But when I start talking about mine, well, you know, they were doing the same thing in Egypt, and that was a long time ago, and you're not a slave. You should get over it. Well, like I said, you're not a Confederate. So why don't you get over it? It just doesn't make any sense. Looking in the comments, though, why do we get mad at the Confederate flag? Why do we get mad at the Confederate flag when you probably had a relative fight for that flag? Well, Creed, man, good to see you, Creed. I haven't seen you in there for a while. They're getting angry at the Confederate flag for a number of reasons. Obviously, the Confederates did not have the best interests of African Americans at heart. Even the ones, as you said, that fought for the Confederate South. My guess is any Confederate that fought for the Confederate South was under one or two beliefs. One, they lied to him and told him, if we win, you're going to get free. And that was not going to happen. Or two, they were told even if you fight for us, or we're going to kill you. That's it. I mean, it's pretty obvious when you look at how the Confederate South continued treating those people for the next 100 years after the Civil War, that they didn't have their best interests at heart. If they treated them that bad when they lost, imagine what they would have done if they won. I mean, so obviously the Confederates did not have the best interests of black people at heart. So it's not about getting mad. I think the thing is the history that has been taught about the Confederate flag. I think in 2025, everybody knows. Well, everybody, I'm gonna say everybody knows. Some people don't want to admit it, or they try to make it sound like something that's not, but everybody knows that history is not accurate. I always bring up the fact that if you're talking about taking down the Confederate flag or taking down the statue, folks who support the Confederate flag will show up to protest. They will defend the statue. They will defend the flag. We can talk about Charlottesville, good people on both sides as a good example. They will protest when you mess with that flag or mess with the statues of perceived Confederate heroes. Now, contrast that to the fact that anytime a hate group appears in any small town and goes to the Capitol steps, they stand there preaching all kinds of hatred while wearing a Confederate flag, those same people don't show up to protest at all. They'll protest you taking down a flag or a statue, but if you use the flag while preaching hate, they won't show up at all. Why is that? If they really care about the legacy of that flag and care about making sure it is honored properly, they don't seem to have any problem using that. And by the way, most hate groups in this country that are Caucasian based, and I do believe you can be hateful, you can be racist of any group. I'm not one that believes only whites can be racist. I don't believe that. I believe anybody can be racist, but any hate group that is Caucasian based, the overwhelming majority of Caucasian based hate groups fly the Confederate flag. Why is that? If it's about love and pride and heritage and love, most hate groups that are Caucasian based have that flag amongst their symbols. Why is that? It makes, and you do not, as I said, you do not see the support of that flag claiming it's about pride and heritage saying anything about that at all. They have a problem when liberals don't stand for the anthem, or when liberals burn the stars and stripes. But when it comes to that flag, as long as you're using it while preaching hate, it seems to be okay. It seems to be totally okay. So I'm just going to simply say that the notion that that flag is about pride and heritage does not compare to how the people who are supporting it are acting. They seem to be okay when you use it for hate. Give me an example of how I shouldn't believe that. Real quick in the comments, Mexicans need your support, black people. That's a good one. Who said that? Chris Gonzalez. That sounds like a Hispanic name. Chris Gonzalez says Mexicans need your support. And he got an emoji with a finger pointing out, kind of like, Uncle Sam wants you. Yeah, you do need the support of African Americans. I'm on the side where African Americans should give you that support. However, I totally understand African Americans who retort by saying you didn't give them that support when they were telling you not to vote for Trump. Because Mexicans probably not as much. It was more Cubanos and Venezuelans and stuff like that. But I'm grouping them all together. I'm fucking up here. Mexicans is not. But I'm just simply saying a large portion of the Hispanic community ignored what was coming from the black community, which was the black community was predicting that Trump would do most of the stuff that he is doing and more. And we don't know if Trump's going to go into the more category yet. He's only been in office for 5.5 months. But the black community, most of the stuff Trump is doing, they were predicting this stuff. They were saying this stuff is going to happen. And a lot of the Hispanic community was like, no, we think he's much better than Kamala. It's going to bring down the price of groceries and all of that other good stuff. So when the Hispanic community now is saying the black community should help them, it's going to be some resentment. Gonna be some resistance. I have never seen a Mexican support reparations. There you go. That's the comment, is that a lot of folks are going to say we're not going to support the Mexican community because when has a Mexican ever supported us? I'm on the side that you should, because I do believe it's kind of like a Bruce Lee movie where Bruce Lee kicks the ass of one person and then he's going to beat the ass of the next person in line, because these folks are not smart enough to all team up on Bruce Lee at once. You're going to let them beat you all up one at a time. So I'm one of the guys that you should help, but I'm just one man on TikTok that a whole lot of people disagree with. Going back to the box though, Shark Tenko, good morning, welcome to the program. Why did Trump say the Epstein list is the new Steele dossier? That's wild. Because he don't want you to keep talking about it. He wants you to move on. Shark,
how you doing, man?
I'm doing good. Just hanging around, like Jesse Jackson at a Klan meeting.
Lord, I just coughed. Sorry, it's a little like something I drank went down the wrong tube. Sorry about that. I'm all right. So the not the last guy that you had on, the guy you had on before him, you brought up white people not liking spicy shit. I love ghost pepper sauce, man. I love ghost pepper sauce. I grew up with Mexican food, man. I love spicy shit, and I'm white as hell. Like,
I disagree.
And I also know how to cook.
I disagree with
Like,
it.
here's the thing. Right, I understand it, but here's the thing. I think that it's the white people who don't know how to cook that don't like spicy food.
Okay.
Like,
I'm not.
I think it's the white people that don't know how to cook.
I'm not a good cook myself, so I'm not going to criticize the cooking. I mean, I've tasted some good dishes by white people, so it is what it is. I'm not one to say that.
I'm joking. I'm also going to go after your thing about like, oh well, Democrats didn't attack the whole thing of like, oh well, why don't you define woman? Namely because I think that it was smart for them not to fall into it, because usually when Republicans say it, it's a trap. It's not. They don't care about the answer.
No, they don't.
They don't actually care about it. And only that, from a sociological standpoint, because I study sociology, I study psychology. From a sociological standpoint, woman is concerning. Woman will be considered a gender category. That's how I would respond to it. I would say that it's a gender category. I wouldn't even say what the other guy said.
He said your mother. I like his answer, because to me it has a certain amount of it has a certain amount of sarcasm to it, where you could look back at somebody and say your mom is a woman. Go ask her. I mean, I like that answer.
Right. I'm not saying it's a bad answer. I don't even think it's necessarily a transphobic answer, because a trans woman can be your mother. That's fair, and that's not necessarily a transphobic answer either.
How can a trans woman be your mother?
Because a trans woman is a woman.
You gonna get us? You gonna cause us to lose again? You about to? Oh my God.
Okay. Because in my opinion, and this is from my opinion, from my studies, I separate sex and gender. That's how I do it. That's how I've always done it. That's how I've always done it, even before my studies.
You came on here to really say this shit, really? Go ahead.
No. Sorry.
Oh my God.
If I were to, I can move on. I apologize.
No. Listen, I'm not blocking and banning you, but what you're saying for what you said, the first couple of minutes, what you said, I agree with 100%. When the Republicans ask that, what is a woman? They don't care about the answer. It's a trap. But the way you just answered it would make you fall right into the fucking trap. Your mom, a transgender person could be your mom.
I've argued with here's the thing. I've actually argued with Republicans on this point and have won multiple times because of it.
Who the hell judge?
I know what I'm talking about.
You argue with them.
Republicans don't.
You argue with them on this point. Who judged it? RuPaul? How did you win this?
Not with big name Republicans, but just like with random ass Republicans online, man.
No, I can't imagine that. Really? Your mom could be transgender?
I've gotten them to back the fuck off, man. Not even okay. No, the mom thing was that was more responding to his point entirely. But my point of women of sex and gender being different things. That was my other point.
Let me ask it to you this way, because I got a few folks in the comments even saying this.
Go
The
ahead.
Democrats are known when it comes to climate change and shit like that, or COVID. The Democrats are always talking about trust the science. The science does not say the science does not say a guy with a penis is a woman. So how do you respond to that?
Well, one, science actually does agree that with that trans women are who they say they are, and that's again goes back to gender and sex being different things. Woman and man don't necessarily care about what your about what's between your legs. It cares about what's between your head. It cares about what's between your ears.
When I'm trying to pick up a bride, hold on. I'm gonna be. This is gonna make me sound shallow as fuck. But when I'm trying to pick up,
go ahead.
When I'm trying to, I'm gonna sound shallow. But when I'm trying to pick up a chick, I'm probably more concerned with what's between her legs than what's between her head. And if she got a dick, I'm done.
Well, here's the thing. If you're trying to pick up a chick, you're going to be talking to her. You're going to be getting to know her. You're going to be getting to understand her. You're going to be getting to do all this stuff. You are getting to know what's in her head.
You sound like a Hallmark card. What, you been watching rom-coms? No, I'm not doing all that.
So hang on. Are you married or anything?
No.
At the moment?
No.
Are you dating anybody at the moment?
I'm always dating somebody at the moment.
Okay. So when you are dating somebody, you do get to know them. Like, you date them for more than just their body. I hope you would at least. I would hope you would date them for more than just their body. That's the thing.
No comment. No comment.
That's my point. That's my fucking point, man. All right. On another point of revolution, I actually liked your point about revolution. I brought up a comment before, like, just moving on to this point, because this point
you're gonna cause a Democrat. Yeah, you're gonna cause Democrats to lose again with that shit. What is the other point?
Okay, you brought up revolution, which is another like sociology thing that you learn about in sociology, which is how revolution starts. Is that it happens when people run out of food, and it's how the French Revolution started. The poor ran out of food because the rich decided they wanted to effectively bankrupt the poor. That's how the French Revolution started. And that is how, if we have a revolution in America, that is exactly how it's going to happen here. And the only reason we haven't yet is because the rich keep us, the top 1%, keep us just wealthy enough that we are kept in food. No matter what, even if we are seeing poor people on the street, even if we are seeing people lose their houses, it doesn't matter. If we have food, we're going to assume that everything else is our fault. But the moment that we run out of food, we are going to assume that it is not our fault and that it is the government's fault. Because why would we assume if we can't afford food that it is our own fault? And not because, hey, I have a job, I should be able to afford food, right? Right? You would assume that if you have a job, you should be able to afford to eat.
I mean, if you got
that is the most basic function.
I mean, in my opinion, you got a job, you should be able to afford shelter over your head too.
Sure, but that's the thing. Like, shelter is something that you could say, like, oh, I just don't have a good enough job to afford shelter. But food should be just like it is a most basic necessity. That's why when a revolution starts, it's usually based around food. It's usually based around that type of thing, food, water, something like that, because those are basic necessities that are usually controlled by the rich, by the 1% that want to control us.
I don't know. I don't disagree with you, but I can't say I'm totally agreeing. That's. I mean, I'd have to really think about that.
Yeah, and that's fair.
I don't think, you know something.
Honestly, though, sadly.
No, I would say, in my opinion, I don't think it's necessarily the argument between rich and poor, which there is an argument to be made there. Bernie Sanders has been making that himself for 20 years, but I think what Trump is doing to immigrants and things like that and other marginalized people, if there's going to be a revolution, I think it's going to come by way of that. I think because that's happening at a much faster pace. There is a wealth divide, and I think the big beautiful bill has grown the wealth divide, but that won't be realized as fast. But what Trump is doing with marginalized people, how he's kicking people out and people, giving police pretty much broad powers and stuff like that. That's happening in your face, and it's happening every day. I think that's where it may happen, where we talked about one of my other calls. We talked about the attempted ambush of ICE.
Sure.
Somebody's going to do that successfully, and at that point, we know if someone harms ICE, we already know Trump will escalate the powers of ICE to the point where they can probably just go in homes and things like that looking for the person. I mean, Trump is going to give them as much power as the Gestapo by the time it's done.
Right, and and here's a question on the revolution and why it will likely not happen because of power imbalance or even money imbalance. If it were not about food, why did the Holocaust not end in a revolution? It ended with it didn't end in a revolution. It ended with a war. It ended with World War III and Hitler dying. It didn't end with the Germans deciding, no, we're going to revolt because you're obviously wrong.
I don't know. I mean, he attacked multiple countries at once. I don't get your point here.
He did. He did. My point being is that what Trump is doing, one, is Hitler-esque, obviously. Like, in my opinion, I think that what Trump is doing is Hitler-esque because he's putting people in concentration camps. Like, look at Alligator, Alcatraz for
yeah, but the difference is Adolf was trying to take their lives. I don't think Trump wants the people that's in these camps to pass away.
Oh no, I absolutely think that if he could, he would take their lives. I think that he wants to take their lives. If he could do it legally, he would.
So you think this is akin to the final solution?
I think that it will get to that point, and I think that we need to stop him before it does.
Wow. Holy shit.
In my opinion, I think he absolutely wants to get to that point.
You think he want to get to the point?
I think that he wants to kill. I think he wants to kill illegal immigrants. That's the thing. I think he wants to kill them. I think he wants to go further than that.
I don't know. I mean, I've been wrong on Trump many times, but damn, that's harsh. Damn.
To be fair, I do tend to be a little bit harsher on Trump because, like, he has impacted LGBT people first. Like, he kind of went after LGBT people really, really harshly, really early. And I'm a gay man. I have family who are LGBT, both a little cousin and a little sister. Like, so to be fair, I could also be biased, and I could be letting my own biases.
Yeah. In fact, I don't know about trying to take the lives of immigrants, but I mean, Trump goes after anything he don't like really hard. And I mean, I think it's safe to say that he's not pro-immigrant, and I'm talking. I mean, because there was comments like the Muslim ban and shithole cities. So the idea that it's only illegal immigrants is not true, but taking their lives, wow. I don't know if I see that.
I definitely can see it. I can definitely see ICE turn. Like, if you're saying ICE turns into Gestapo, I think ICE is already at the Gestapo's phase. I think we're at the paper please phase at this point. Like, I think we're at the paper please phase because, like, we're already asking Americans to effectively prove that they're Americans. That's the paper please phase. That is saying you need to carry documentation because if you don't, they're just going to arrest you.
Well, shit, if it's that bad, maybe we're beyond just immigrants needing to self-deport. Maybe it's time you and I decide to maybe look around.
Oh, no, yeah. Here's the thing. If I had the opportunity and the capability and the monetary, I absolutely would leave. I would not be here right now. I would take my boyfriend and I would fuck off. But I don't have the monetary capabilities, sadly. So I am stuck here. So while I'm stuck here, I am going to throw as many wrenches into the machine that is the government as humanly possible.
I'm going to tell you something.
That is the best thing I can do.
I will tell you something in regards to your notion that you're not in a position monetarily and things like that to leave. That may not be totally true, and it certainly may not be true for long. And the reason why I'm saying that is there's a lot of first world free countries that are issuing alerts against coming to America, particularly for human rights abuses and the treatment to LGBTQ, certainly the trans.
That is a good point.
So if countries are starting to say it's not, so if countries are starting to say it's not, if first world countries are starting to say it's not safe, yeah, if they're starting to say it's not safe for LGBTQ to come here, I might, if I'm in your position where I am LGBTQ and I'm thinking about leaving, I might try to reach out and say, do you have any asylum programs? Just like people can come here claiming asylum because they feel like they're unsafe where they're at. People here are now starting to feel like they're unsafe here. And I don't think it's a secret anymore among the free world that the American government is not pro-LGBTQ anymore.
Right, and once we get to that point, I definitely am going to take the boyfriend Namscray, because like my first choice, I'm gonna like the moment that the other shoe drops and that we get to the point where we're just actively at civil war, I'm fucking jumping the Canadian border. I'm getting the fuck out of here. Like I live about maybe a state away from the Canadian border. I'm jumping the fuck. I'm fucking jumping the Canadian border. I ain't staying here. I'm taking my family. I'm jumping the fucking Canadian border, man. I don't care.
like I said, it wouldn't hurt to talk to a Canadian lawyer and even ask them, like, I'm just being honest. The worst they can say is no. It wouldn't hurt to ask them, like, telling them, I'm a part of the LGBTQ community. I think you guys are already aware of where America's heading on our community. We don't feel safe. Do you guys have anything in this? I mean, if they say no, they say no. But so many countries that are now openly stating that for your community, it's not safe to come to America. Call some of those countries and just find out. There may be programs. You may actually be able to leave.
I agree. Also, like Billy brought up a good point. Like, yeah, this is definitely not the America of old. This is not the America I grew up with. In like the fucking, like, I don't know how old you are. This is not the America I grew up in. Like like the aughts and the. It ain't. Yeah, it's the America any of us grew up. This ain't the fucking America I grew up with fucking Biden. With not Biden. Obama. Like, I want Obama back. Obama was the shit, man.
Well. Now, if Obama get back in there now, he may actually live and realize that plan everybody said it, because everybody thought he was going to get taken out when he became president as the first black man. I think he has a greater chance of it happening this time. I was shocked when he didn't. Yeah, I think he has a greater chance of it happening this time. I got to move it on. No Shark. Appreciate you coming in, man.
Yeah, man.
Good talk.
Yeah, have a good day.
All right.
Yeah, peace.
Keep your options open. All right, moving on with the program. Go to Canada illegally and see what they do to you. I guarantee we already covered that, but I guarantee you are in a far worse predicament if you enter America illegally under the Trump administration than if you enter Canada. I don't know what the Canadians will do to you if you enter Canada illegally, but I guarantee it ain't as bad as what we're doing to people now. I can tell you that. Somebody said I'm from Canada. So who said that? Because I was telling my last guest, like, if you're part of the LGBTQ community, contact Canada or Denmark. Somebody else, I think Australia issued a notice. There's a bunch of countries that are now warning their citizens. Certainly, if you're trans, it's really bad. But those countries that are issuing those warnings, I would call them, and ask them. I would call and try to. I mean, I'm saying this as somebody who has lived in another country, and I've worked with immigration attorneys when I was dealing with my own cases and things like that. I would contact an immigration attorney, and like I just said, the worst they can tell you is no, but I would contact them and tell them, my situation, and just simply ask, do you folks have, asylum claims, or is there a way, because we're not feeling safe here. We're not the only country on earth that takes people that are not safe in their own country. I mean, Poland is currently filled with Ukrainians right now because they're not safe in Ukraine. There are plenty of other countries that take refugees and folks seeking asylum. America, despite what they tell you on American cable news outlets and shit, we're not the only one that has an immigration issue. Every first world country on earth takes in people from other countries, and people want to go there. When I lived in Australia, they were constantly getting people from Papua New Guinea. Fijians were coming there. Fucking Samoans. I mean, people were coming there. You go to what's closest. As simple as that. You go to what's closest. Trans has rights and more. Stop the cap. Says, don't just be another brick in the walls. Look, when you got the president on TV saying, I'm going to ask Congress that there's only 2 genders, obviously they can't serve in the military. Can you, I mean, I think Trump is on course to making it so trans can't work in any federal job, right? So, yeah, they got rights, but they're losing them. They're losing them under Trump. They've already been kicked out of the military. They're losing their rights under Trump. So, yeah, I mean, they have less rights in America than they do in Western Europe now at this point. You're probably better off being gay or trans in Western Europe than you currently are in America, because the projection for you in America is on a negative arc. We don't know how far Trump will go with this, but he is anti-LGBTQ. I don't think anybody believes that he's pro-LGBTQ at this point. So, yeah, the projection is negative. So, yeah, my guess is you'd be better off in Europe somewhere. We don't need no mental health problems in our military. And that's another point. If our country thinks that by being trans, or in some cases, some folks even believe that being gay means you have a mental health issue in a country that don't even give you health care to have the mental health issue checked out, you're not in the best place to be. You're not in the best place to be. So I'm just simply saying, make the phone call, ask. They can only say no. Other countries are warning about World War III. What is the U.S. saying to their citizens? I don't know. You know, what are we saying about? I know Trump claimed that Zelensky was flirting with World War III. I don't know about what other countries are warning about World War III at this point. I mean, I know when America attacked Iran, there were some claims that I don't think most first world countries are really warning about World War III. I think they're warning about the possibility of the U.S. becoming a rogue nation, but I don't think the World War III talk is not. I suppose if you live in former Soviet bloc countries, you're probably frightened right now. That could have some, certainly with Trump kind of letting Russia do whatever they want. Same thing if you're an enemy of Netanyahu. Trump has kind of let him do whatever he wants. So from that aspect, what does it say? We are grown-ups. We all know there's consequences to every action, no matter what it is. No, that's not true. I think Trump did quite well in proving that you could say the election was stolen with no proof. Obviously, he didn't. There's no consequences for January 6th. He beat the federal government in 90 some odd cases, even 34 felonies. I think Trump has proved that there's not always consequences. I think he's done pretty damn well proving that you don't always have consequences. He's doing really well showing that. Come on, answer that. How does it feel knowing that Donald Trump is a pedo? Damn, who said Carlos? Carlos said Andreas says, how does it feel knowing that Donald Trump is a pedophile? Well, there's no evidence of that. There's circumstantial evidence where I can see where somebody might make the claim. But when it comes to solid proof that Trump has done that, it's not there. And when I say circumstantial evidence, I'm not just talking about Jeffrey Epstein. I'm talking about Trump saying that if he would be dating his daughter. I'm talking about him passing what looks like a 12-year-old girl on an escalator and saying in 10 years I'll be dating her. I mean, he said him and his daughter, the biggest thing they have in common is sex. He has said some wild shit. So I'm not saying he is a pedo, but I'm simply saying that there's enough there for people to play games and speculate. It's not coming out of left field. He has said some wild shit. If you can see Biden sniffing kids' hair and you ignore all that from Trump, you're being biased. If you can see some possibility in Biden, but you see none in Trump with all of that stuff out there, then you being biased. There is a lot of evidence besides Epstein. If he wasn't on it, he would have been on TV showing it. And didn't he walk into a dressing room full of 15-year-olds too? I mean, he's done some stuff. He's done enough to make it sound. Like I said, I'm not. There's no way to know if he is or isn't, but he's done enough where accusing him of it doesn't sound. I mean, that would be like looking. There's some things you can say that are not like totally clueless. No, he didn't. It was women. You know this, so stop that. Actually, I don't know that, Savvy Higgy. You said so. You're saying he did not walk into a dressing room where the contestants were like 15. So that's wrong. Okay, I heard otherwise. If you're right, then I got that one wrong. But I'm under the assumption they were underage. I'm under the assumption they were underage. So, and I see in the comments somebody said he actually said it. You think the GOP is going to take away gay marriage? Wow. If someone put a pistol to my head and I only had one or two choices, yes or no, and my life depended on it, 3.5 more years of Trump, I'm going to say yeah more than no. I'm not confident he's going to take away gay marriage, but if I'm a betting man, let's say somebody says you win $1 million if you get the answer right, I'm gonna choose yeah on that. I'm gonna choose yeah on it because I know Trump is anti-LGBTQ. He has a lot of power. Nobody's getting in the way. I'm gonna say that there's more likely of a chance of him taking a swing at that than not. But it's not a guarantee he's going to take away gay marriage. But I do believe if he could have his way, if MAGA could have their way, that would not be legal. So I'm going to say yes more than no. Somebody in the comments said he admitted it. My last 3 comments address this. I'm not seeing your comments there. Somebody said that puts that negative thought in the minds of Americans. Like I said, I'm going to say yes. Who said that? Deport yourself, ninja. Somebody is telling me to deport myself, and they're referring to me as a ninja, and it's not because of my Asian heritage. They're using it as a synonym for another word. Handsome Agent Boo says MAGA and Trump are devilish creatures. Tim just got a notification on my phone. Pam Bondi fired 20 senators for the Jack Smith case. Wait a minute, fired senators? How can you fire a senator? I haven't heard that one. It doesn't surprise me. Anybody that went against Trump, your job is not safe. Period. Your job is not safe. I don't care when you went against this guy. If you somebody who did him wrong 20 years ago and he found out you working somewhere, he might try to have you fired. The guy is hardcore vengeful. He is vengeful, no doubt about that. Real quick in the comments. Let's see what I missed. What did I miss here? Who's not on the Epstein list is the question. Hell, even Chris Tucker said he was on it. I don't know, but they don't want to release it. He's not hiding the releasing of that list for some good purpose. He's hiding the release of that list because either he's on it or people he care about is on it. The Old Testament. That's a hell of a name. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Old Testament. The preparation H works fast, y'all. Obama made gay marriage legal. Yes, he did in 2015. And it was incredibly unpopular at the time by the Tea Party. MAGA didn't exist in 2015. It was the Tea Party back then. Remember when Obama made gay marriage legal, they lit up the White House in rainbow colors? I remember Fox News went apeshit about that. They were not happy about him legalizing gay marriage at all. So yeah, obviously that's very, very recent. That's 10 years ago. So yeah, my guess is if Trump made an attempt to outlaw gay marriage or roll it back, he would probably have at least 80% support on the right. I don't know what his support would be among independents, but I'm sure plenty of them would. Hell, there's a lot of Democrats that are not fans of that. I mean, there's a lot of Christian Democrats and things like that. So it could be done. And like I said, because I don't think Trump is I think Trump is or he's not pro-LGBTQ. 3.5 years, I believe he'll take a swing at it. Based on what? You're just chatting. Based on you're telling me based on what do I believe Trump will go after the gay marriage rights? I mean, he's anti-pride. He don't even like the flag they fly. He don't like Pride Month. I mean, yeah, I believe he'll go after him. Yes, I absolutely believe that might happen. And that's what it's based on. Biden and Obama were both against gay marriage. That is true. Just like Trump was against owning high-capacity magazines. People evolve. Trump has said he supported it. You're just spewing bullshit right now. Trump is, really? Okay, so you're going to say because Trump said he supports gay marriage, that means what I'm saying is bullshit. You realize how many things that Trump has said that he's taken a complete 180 on? He started out by saying that Ukraine started the war. Now he's sending Ukraine weapons. I mean, I could go down the line. He talked about taking away guns first and giving people due process later after the Mandalay Bay shooting. Now he's changed on that. He talked about you don't need a high-capacity magazine. He banned bump stocks. He's changed on all of that shit. But on gay marriage, he goes to stay the same forever and ever, huh? What is the song? Forever and ever, amen, huh? No. Trump is known for changing his fucking mind. Constantly. So, no, it ain't spewing bullshit. It's bullshit based on something. Handsome Agent Boo says, Tim, what's your opinion on Trump is threatening Rosie O'Donnell? Probably. Now, Rosie O'Donnell claims she moved to Ireland. She was on, what was she on? Stephen Colbert or one of those night shows. She claims she moved to Ireland because she was afraid for her safety of President Trump. You know, Trump has spoke about her and attacked her consistently because of her attacking him on The View, which she used to work on The View. My opinion of Rosie O'Donnell and Trump attacking her is, if you really are afraid of this man, then shut the fuck up. Period. I mean, okay, you think he's out to get you, but you go move to Ireland and you're still all over social media attacking him. You know he will retaliate by any means necessary. You know he will retaliate. So if you truly are scared of him, then you need to be quiet. Just stop talking about him and let him go fuck with somebody else. But if you're going to be attacking him, and I'm not saying she's wrong, I'm just simply saying, if you truly are scared of this guy, you know what you're doing is only going to keep making him fuck with you. She is on social media attacking the guy. I think she's on YouTube and shit. She's doing some of the late night circuits and shit. She's still appearing on American TV from Ireland, and she's attacking him. Then I thought you were scared of him. You think he can't reach you in Ireland? So I'm just simply saying, if you truly are scared of him, go lay low in Ireland until he's gone. And I see in the comments what you said, CH 1970 said that's a dictatorship. I'm not disagreeing with you. That's what she was running from. If you truly are scared of him, go lay low. This guy will continue attacking you. He will do that. So you're not going to go to Ireland and keep attacking him. That's not going to happen. He will continue attacking you. You don't have free speech where he's not going to fuck with you. All jokes don't land, but they all come from the same place. Patrick O'Neill. You guys go against your own morals. You're the one saying you need to see evidence before you believe it. I think everybody should be asking for evidence before they believe it. I think everybody should. But I think in Trump's case, look, I agree that you should ask for evidence, but I don't dismiss circumstantial evidence either. And that's why I said, when it comes to me suggesting that Trump will possibly ban gay marriage, I made it clear that I'm not 100% certain. I made it clear that if you put a gun to my head and I only had one or two choices, I would lean toward yes more than no, because he is so anti-LGBTQ. Could be wrong. I could end up getting shot in the fucking head. But I'm just simply saying, if those are the only two choices, I tend to believe he would be more likely to go after it than sustain it. I don't have evidence of that, as you rightfully pointed out, Creed. I don't have evidence. I'm going with the circumstantial. I'm going just like it, if I'm not a weatherman, but if I go outside and it's really heavy cloud cover and it's dark, I don't have evidence it's going to rain, but I'm going to guess that it's likely to happen. And the way Trump has behaved, the way MAGA behaves towards the gay community, not trans, we're talking gay. The Brittany Grinders, for instance, just the way they behave towards the gay community, I don't see it. I don't see the trajectory going in a positive direction. That's my response. Trump puts himself in the public, so he's fair game for all, but he can't handle it. There's some validity to that for sure. He definitely puts himself in the public eye, and he likes to criticize. He does not like to be criticized. That is true. The President of the United States should know the entire Constitution and its amendments. Yeah, I agree, but I could understand not just being able to recite them offhand. I mean, you should know how many amendments are there. What is the Bill of Rights? You should know plenty of it, but I don't think you should be able to know to recite everything. Stop believing what you're hearing. Really, Creed? After Trump spent years talking about he won the 2020 election and all that shit, you gonna tell a liberal to stop believing what they hear? Really? That's kind of funny. They were recruiting kids to be gay, and that's kind of sad. How do you recruit a kid to be gay? I mean, let's just be honest. Most of my audience is men. Let's have a little locker room talk here. Let's have a little locker room talk. How many of you folks knew, talking to my men, well, if I got a few women out there, this can work with them too, but how many of you knew you were attracted to the opposite sex? Or better yet, how old were you? How old were you when you realized you were attracted to the opposite sex? Most of you are going to say an age that's well under 10. Well under 10. I knew when I was like 4, I liked titties. I knew about at around age 4 or 5 years old. As far back as I can remember, I knew. When you say they were trying to recruit kids to be gay, how many, this is to my male audience now, how many dicks could I have shown you as an elementary school child before you actually wanted one? I could have probably showed you dicks all night and you would never wanted one. You can't recruit somebody to be something they're not. Period. You can't, I don't care if you can find a gardener. And if that kid is straight, showing that kid dicks ain't gonna make him want one. The only way you're going to get him to take it is by committing some kind of sexual abuse act to him. So the idea that you're going to recruit a kid, you know what they're recruiting kids to be? Christians. That's what they're recruiting kids to be. Because they're telling the kid, if you don't become a Christian, you're going to burn in hell. Bad things are going to happen to you. That's what the recruiting is. They're not recruiting kids to be gay. They're recruiting them to be Christian. That's what's being forced on kids. That's what's being shoved down kids' throats. It ain't the gay stuff. And the same people who don't want the gay stuff taught to kids are totally fine with shoving Christianity down their throats. All right. I'm okay with things being shoved down the kids' throat as long as it's what I agree with. That's what I'm hearing. That's true. You can go to hell. Here's my point. If a child should be allowed to wait till they're 18 to make decisions concerning sexuality, the same should apply towards religion. Deciding what God you're going to worship is a huge choice, just like deciding what gender you're going to be. If you don't want shit shoved down the throats of kids, religion should be amongst that. Why can't the child wait till they're 18 to decide what kind of God? You know why they don't want to wait? Because you want to force religion on a kid when they're impressionable. Because if you don't put this stuff on them when they're a child, chances are by the time they reach 18, most of the fairy tale portions of it won't make sense and they won't follow it. It's the same thing with smoking cigarettes, same thing with doing alcohol. All of this shit does not work if you wait till the person is grown before they do it. Most people who smoke cigarettes, most people who drink alcohol, all started doing it before they were legally old enough to do it. Because if they wait till they're 21, they probably are smart enough to avoid it. And that's likely what would happen with religion. Is if you didn't force that shit on them when they were kids, by the time they got to be 20, 21, they wouldn't want nothing to do with it. So you do it you try to do it when they are impressionable. I thought you didn't like shit shoved down people's throats. Seems like it's totally okay when it's what you want. Same thing with the anti-LGBTQ, the anti-trans. You're totally fine shoving all that down kids' throats. Honestly, I wanted to get with an older lady at a young age. Shit, man. Exactly. All of us dudes knew. Didn't we pass Valentine cards around to each other as kids in school and shit like that? All of that stuff was happening in like kindergarten, first grade, second grade. You knew then you liked women. You knew then you liked the opposite sex. You're not going to teach a kid about gay people and all of a sudden make him start wanting dicks. That just doesn't happen. That's some anti-LGBTQ shit. That if you teach a kid about what the gay life is like, they're going to suddenly want dicks. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. In the comments here, when you use force, when you force someone into something, you are forcing people to lie to you. You're wanting people to lie to you. That's how totalitarians work. Yeah? Okay. All I'm just simply saying is religion fits the narrative of what folks are saying about the LGBTQ. I mean, and there's all sorts of judgments and shit like that among religion. Judgments against other religions, obviously judgments against the LGBTQ lifestyle. There are judgments against women and their freedoms, depending on who you talk to. You know, women can't work on the Sabbath day and all that. I mean, it's just loaded with judgments. A kid shouldn't be dealing with that. Even just the 10 Commandments. People, well, we not. It's just the 10 Commandments. That's not harmful to kids. Thou shalt have no other God before me. Why does a kid being told that? Or thou shalt not commit adultery. What does an elementary school kid need to be told about adultery for? It's plenty of that shit in there. You're just okay with it. You just are not okay with the LGBTQ stuff. You're picking and choosing what you want to shove down a kid's throat. The same thing in regards to what we all did in school. I pledge allegiance to the flag, all that. How many kids know what it means to pledge allegiance to a fucking nation? How many 5-year-olds can tell you what that even means? You're indoctrinating them. You're doing that from a young age in hopes that by the time they get 17, 18 years old, they will have been so indoctrinated with patriotism that they'll want to go serve and things like that. Is it a good thing? Is it a bad thing? We can debate that, but it is indoctrination. When you make that kid pledge allegiance to a nation long before they even know what that even fucking means, you're indoctrinating them. We shove shit down kids' throats in school and indoctrinate them all the time. The idea that the LGBT community is suddenly doing something new is bullshit. It's been happening all the time. Looking in the comments, you're still supporting him. Still supporting who? No father figure turns men gay. It's a man's job to raise their son, not a woman. A woman can't raise a man. I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I do believe there are qualities that an alpha male possess that is important to young boys, but I don't buy the notion that a woman cannot. He said cannot do it. I mean, there are plenty of responsible males that grew up in the home of single families. I don't buy that they can't do it. Not to mention, even if you grew up in a home of a single mother or whatever, there could still be other male influences in your life. Uncles, teachers, maybe a neighbor. I mean, there's all sorts of other male influences that could be in your life. So I don't buy that a woman can't do it. I just don't. I mean, like I said, I do believe there are some characteristics that are best provided by males, but I don't think the kid's going to be a fruitcake if they don't get them. Because I mean, you can be raised by an alpha male and end up like Andrew Tate. You can go too far with that shit. What does that say here? Plenty of women have raised straight men, and plenty of dudes have raised gay men. That's a good point as well. That's a good, here's my take on it. As opposed to blaming folks being mentally ill or being raised to be gay, you often hear the evangelicals and the Christians suggest that God don't make mistakes. This is what you hear people say. God, you can't be born gay because God don't make mistakes. I vehemently disagree with that. And I'll tell you why. People are born with two heads. People are born with no hands, mismatched eye colors. They can't hear upon birth. Kids are born blind. Kids are born with all sorts of diseases. Why the hell can't they be born gay? Why do we believe that every other aspect of a human being can be born in a manner that we don't normally expect, but when it comes to sexuality, it's going to be perfect? You can be born gay, just like you can be born without a skull. You can be born with your heart outside your body. You can be born gay. I don't understand why people they think that in that one area, in the sexuality area, every human being created is perfect when all these other areas are not. And that makes sense. People are born with 10 toes on their fucking feet, but they can't be born liking the same sex? All right. Conservatives forget about that movie. What movie? And I agree with you, Billy Wap. It doesn't mean it's a mistake, but it means it goes against what is considered the norm for a human being, what the majority of human beings are. The majority of human beings are attracted to the opposite sex. The majority of human beings have five digits on each extremity. That's what it is. If you're born with 6, is it a mistake? Maybe not, but it's not the norm. If you're born attracted to the same sex, is it a mistake? It's not the norm, is what I'm saying. Every other aspect of human beings can be born. You can be born with mental illnesses. You can be born with everything else. But for some reason, when it comes to sexuality, it's always perfect. Doesn't make sense. I understand being born gay, but I find it a little weird that they all talk a certain way for some reason. Why can't you be gay and sound normal? They all sound flamboyant. That is not true. A flock of morons. That is 100% not true. In most gay relationships, you still have the man-woman aspect of it. It's usually one person is more masculine acting and one person is more feminine. Even in the lesbian relationships, a lot of them are like that. One person is more feminine, one person is more masculine. So when you say that they all talk a certain way and no, you got some dudes that sound like Barry White that are gay. That's not true. You ever heard it? Well, you probably never heard of down low people either, but yeah, there's plenty of folks that they don't sound like Richard Simmons. I get what you're saying. They don't all sound like that. Can't be born gay. You are making a choice, says Handsome Asian Boo. It doesn't make sense to me. Like I said, it doesn't make sense to me that people can be born abnormal in every other way, but when it comes to sexuality, you expect perfection. Man, it just doesn't make sense to me. You can be born with your brain on the outside of your head, but you can't be born liking the same sex. That doesn't make sense to me. My gay uncle never wore a dress and used the correct bathroom. Yeah, there's plenty of guys. You can be gay and not, like I said, they don't all sound like Richard Simmons. They're not all high pitched like that. Plenty of them, you would never know. Plenty of them are like that. I would say somebody like, what is the guy? He's Neil Patrick Harris, the guy who played Doogie Howser. He's not like, he's gay and he's out about being gay. But if he wasn't gay, if he wasn't openly gay, if he didn't tell you, I don't think that he comes across as, flamboyant like that. To me, he is very similar to what is the guy, Jason Bateman or whatever. You see him on the Netflix movies. He's just an average guy. He's not hardcore, but I don't think you know. I don't think with Neil Patrick Harris, if he didn't tell you, I don't think you know. You look at Neil Patrick Harris, and you tell me he looks any softer than Ryan Seacrest. And Ryan Seacrest has a wife. Them two guys are about in the same category in terms of the alpha male spectrum. Ryan Seacrest and Neil Patrick Harris. Ryan Seacrest ain't gay. So like I said, if Neil Patrick Harris didn't tell you he was gay, I don't think you know. Does your boyfriend like that bald head? Somebody's accusing me of being gay. Says significance of time says, does your boyfriend like that bald head? Oh shit. He said, by the way, I need to fucking shave my head, and let my shit grow out. I got a receding hairline. I'm getting old. Fucking look like George Jefferson in here. I never saw or met a gay guy who was like John Wayne or Clint Eastwood. Yeah, I get it, but my guess is there are some deep voiced gay dudes, but most men are not John Wayne or Clint Eastwood like either. Most straight men are not like that. So maybe you're going to the far end of the alpha male spectrum. Not to mention they are actors too. I don't know what Clint Eastwood or John Wayne was like in real life. I mean, yeah, both of those guys are playing cowboys and running around carrying a gun all the damn time. I don't know what they would be like in real life. I mean, but yeah, I mean, they're playing hardcore alpha males. Most actual men do not come across as being a hardcore alpha male either. So you're going kind of very far to the spectrum on that. Cary Grant. How old is my audience? Cary Grant, really? Shit. I thought I was getting fucking old. Cary Grant. What's next? Gary Cooper? God damn, y'all going back. These motherfuckers in black and white. Jesus. Cary Grant. Damn. Another guy said John Wayne. Wow. Dumb MAGA, anti-gay, but cool with psychopath gay man in gay marriage. Peter, okay, I don't get what you're trying to say, but Cary Grant, wow. Rock Hudson, these are people that have passed away. Not George Jefferson. Are you moving on? No, I'm not moving on up. I'm getting old. Shit, motherfucking hairline be back here and shit like that. Real quick, listen, that's part of getting old. I embrace it. It is what it is. Bill is not on the list. Bill who? Oh, Bill Clinton. Somebody said Bill Clinton is not on the list. I don't know who's on the list or not, but there's a reason why Trump is not releasing the list, and that ain't for good reasons. I don't know. I'm not even saying Trump is on the list, but he's obviously protected somebody else that is. And I don't know if there's really a big difference between being a pedo or protecting one. If the only defense for Trump is, well, Biden didn't release the list either, that ain't saying shit for Trump. If that's the only thing we can do in favor of Trump is point where the Democrats did not release the list. I'm having a Biden moment. If the only comeback is Biden did not release the list either, that does not defend Trump. If that's all you got, that ain't defending Trump. That's just simply saying, well, Biden may be just as bad as Trump. That's not defense for Trump, though. Motts, I don't know what that says there. I don't know what Cary Grant is one of the top 5 actors in American cinema history. Yeah, but how old you got to be? What did Cary Grant star in? I can't even think of a single Cary Grant movie. I mean, he's like an actor probably from the 50s, 60s, and maybe 70s. Shit, you got to be pretty damn old to be talking about Cary Grant. You got to be a boomer at least. Shit, fuck around to be the silent generation talking about Cary Grant. I don't know nothing about. I haven't seen anything Cary Grant is in. I mean, you can't even get that shit on VHS. Somebody said she's 97. Cary Grant, man. Looking like $1 million trooper, super duper. That's going way back. Putting on the Ritz. Damn Tim on Latest Fuck Tonight. Yeah, I figured I'd come in here and talk to the folks, entertain you folks, let you folks entertain me. I remember when John Kerry got a black eye from Obama. Really? I don't remember that. What did Obama get John Kerry a black? I remember when Dick Cheney shot somebody in the fucking eye. When did John Kerry get a black eye from Obama? MAGA people hate gay but fine with gay billionaires. Thiel and Bassett donating millions to Trump campaign. Well, Trump is transactional. I mean, simply put, if you can benefit Trump, I don't think it really matters what you do. If you're helping him out financially, or if you helping him out politically, remember there's pictures of Trump out there holding up the pride flag. Look, they were going to vote for him. Same thing with him holding up same thing with him telling the Venezuelans and Cubans to vote for him. And look what he did to him. I think that Trump is transactional. Look what happened with Elon. Trump started promoting electric cars because Elon donated money. One of the reasons we all say we voted for Trump is that he couldn't be bought. He had his own money. He wasn't taking a salary. He became president and made it clear he absolutely can be bought. Absolutely can be bought. I mean, people giving him, jets and shit. He's selling Bibles and shoes and I mean, he absolutely got in office, and that's all he seemed to care about is money. Watches. I mean, he been selling that. I mean, that guy got merchandise up the yin yang. He's selling more merchandise than J.C. Penney's in that motherfucker. Don't stop singing. Keep singing, Tim. Well, when he said Cary Grant, it made me think of that old 80s song, Putting on the Ritz. They talk about Gary Cooper in there, looking like $1 million trooper, something like that with Gary Cooper in it. So that's what it made me think of. You're going back to an old, you're going back to like, shit, the Cotton Club type. I mean, you're going back when you're talking about Cary Grant, because he is, I'm no kid, and he's before my time. I don't know if Cary Grant was in anything in my lifetime. Like, when did he even pass away? I mean, you're going back to talk about Cary Grant. Remember the Flintstones? They had all of these Stoney Curtis, and they used all these names of they were using names of actors, but they were using Quarry and Rock and stuff. And I think they did something like that with Cary Grant. I mean, so that just shows you how far back they go. Like I said, all that stuff is way before my time. No Epstein list, thanks, Bondi. Why would you be thankful of that? Why would you be thankful of them telling you that there's no list that they clearly told you existed? Zane Maxwell is in prison. If there's no list, why is she in there? That whole thing is a fucking mess. Trump administration told people he was going to release that, and for some reason he decided not to. He deserves all the criticism he can get on that. Guess you don't believe the 48 laws of power. Sometimes it might be best to protect someone if you can use their power. You're talking about pedos, though, Creed. I get what you're saying. Sometimes it might be best to protect people if you can use their power. You're talking about people that allegedly abuse kids. Do you agree that it's okay to protect pedos if you can use their power? Whatever happened to the day when, even when it comes to campaign funding, let's say you're running for office and somebody gives you $1 million for your campaign to buy TV ads, radio spots, whatever, and you find out that person is a pedo. You normally give the money back. You don't protect the person because you can benefit from it. That's what you're telling me. You make it sound like the game of having morals has just went out the fucking window. If I can benefit from it, I'm going to use it. We're talking pedophiles. Really? Damn. We're literally talking about somebody that abused kids. And your response is, well, it might be best to protect them if you can use their power. Yikes. Maybe you should watch an episode of Liam Neeson in Taken. Oh, my God. I can't. You talk about defending pedos because you can use their power. Anyone who waits for the list to turn on Trump doesn't really care about the kids that were molested. True. I agree with that. I believe that both Democrats and Republicans have a vested interest in keeping that list hidden. I believe there are prominent Democrats and Republicans on that list. And I said this on my previous live, that like I said, my audience is mostly men. So let me get back into some locker room talk here. This is what I said. If you are someone that can provide dudes with pussy on demand, you're going to have a lot of people hanging around you. Even if it's underage, I hate to say it that way, but even if it's underage, if you can provide people with sexual pleasure and you can give it to them at a whim, you come hang around me, I can make sure you get laid. You're going to have a lot of friends, and it's going to transcend political parties. So my guess is Epstein had a lot of friends on both sides of the aisle. And that's why the Democrats didn't release it. And that's likely why Trump isn't releasing it. It's because either they're on the list or they got close friends and valued associates that are on the list, and they don't want them to be harmed. Now, Bill O'Reilly stated, and I talked about this on the previous slide, that the reason, this is what Bill O'Reilly said. He said this, I think, about 3 days ago on Chris Cuomo on News Nation. He regularly appears on there. And he said he talked to Trump because he talks to him all the time. 30-year friend. Trump and O'Reilly are long-term friends. O'Reilly said he talked to Trump, and Trump said that there may be people on that list that did not harm or abuse anyone. They just hung out with Epstein, maybe discussed business, maybe, had a drink or two with him. And once their names come out and they're tied with Epstein, their lives will be forever ruined. So to prevent their lives from being ruined, that is the reason he's not releasing the list. That's what Bill O'Reilly said. Trump told him. Now the problem, now that's not false. That is true. If Trump told O'Reilly that is true. That once your name is connected with Epstein, yeah, you forever will be tarnished. But this means that in effort to protect what amounts to innocent members of elite society, you are in favor of protecting the elite, letting guilty pedos get away with it. Because everybody's name on that list is not innocent. But because there are some innocent elite members of society on there that you want to protect, you're going to hide the pedos too. So you're actually putting elite members of society above people that may have been victimized while they were in their innocence. That's what O'Reilly said. You literally said you don't care if people who hurt children get away. Are you just talking among each other? Because I never said that. What are you talking about? There was a lot of trans people who voted for Donald Trump. He used to say, I love my people of alphabet. Yeah. Well, look, I've said this throughout the live. Trump will say anything to get elected. I don't think there's any trans person now that thinks Trump loves the transgender community. I think they all realize that was not true. I think most of the Hispanic community feel like Trump was not honest with them. I think a lot of folks on the right who wanted to see the Epstein list realized Trump lied to them. I think a lot of folks on the right who Trump told he was not for new wars complained and feel like he lied to them about Iran. And now he's also breaking his promise and giving weapons back to the Ukraine. Trump said what it took to get elected. You got folks on the left, independent, LGBTQ, and even folks on the right that are now saying this guy did not tell us the truth. You got a lot of folks on the right that are saying, look, Trump is a hell of a lot better president than Kamala Harris or Biden ever would have been. But on this subject or this subject here, he lied. The guy said what it took to get elected, period. He said what it took to get elected. And you got everybody now from Tucker Carlson to Megyn Kelly, Ben Shapiro. Candace Owens completely fell out with him. I just saw a video from Tom McDonald today talking about Trump is likely on the list. Conservative, what is he, a rapper or whatever the hell he is? Tom McDonald is even saying that Trump is likely on the damn list or he lied to us. So it ain't just the liberals that are pissed off with Trump. It's across the board. It's across the board. So it is what it is. I mean, the guy said what it took to get elected, whether it's the Epstein list, whether it is America First and not sending money overseas, I mean, he said what it took to get elected. And once he got in there, he's changed his tune on a whole lot of shit. Now, let's be clear. Politicians lie all the time. Trump ain't the only politician that's told a lie. The difference is he ran a campaign on, I'm not like those other liars. I'm not a typical politician. I'm going to drain the swamp. I'm going to be different. And then he got in there and now he's been lying so much. And all people can say is, well, Biden lied about that, or, Bush or Obama. He wasn't supposed to be those people. Now we're constantly comparing him to other politicians. So he's starting to sound like a typical politician. I don't think anybody can claim he drained the swamp with him not releasing the Epstein list. To me, that's about as clear cut of an example of continuing the swamp as you can get. How do you feel about Medicaid cuts? Bad. Well, in defense of Trump, he's claiming they're not cutting Medicaid. But I don't think I've heard any analyst that's not MAGA say that that's true. Everybody else believes he's cutting Medicaid, Medicare. I think he took $1 trillion from the program. Here's what they're doing, where I think the problem is. They're saying that they're not cutting anybody on Medicaid. They're just getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. They're putting in a work mandate so that if you're getting this stuff, you should be working, which is making it a lot easier to swallow for people. The problem is, here's where I disagree. The problem is, just like with Elon Musk firing so many federal workers, all they got to do is tell you somebody is wasteful, fraudulent, or abusive in how they're getting Medicaid. And people are just going to believe it. And that person is now left to their own vices, where they got to go out and hire a lawyer and all kinds of shit to prove that, no, they're actually, they actually fit the standard of what should qualify to get Medicaid. They can't work. You're going to probably have people coming forth like, I don't even have fucking legs, and they telling me I should be able to work. You're going to have people like that, because people are going to believe him when he cut people and he say, I cut this person because this is proof of waste, fraud, and abuse. Just like with the federal employees getting fired, people just going to buy it. People just going to buy it. So what you're going to have is people getting cut that should not be getting cut. Or if you all of a sudden get a letter in the mail that says, we believe you can work and you can't, it's up to you to go out and hire a lawyer and fight the system and prove you are incapable of working. That's going to cost you a ton of money, and it's going to take you probably months to get your Medicaid back. Probably going to take you months. Now, if you're sick or you got something going on, I'm not hoping anybody perishes during that time, but I got to assume that might be possible. But that, just like anybody who gets Social Security or disability, SSI, and all that shit, normally when you apply for that, the time from when you apply to the time when it's approved and you get it, it could be months, if not a year or two. It takes time to get that. So if they claim that you're waste, fraud, and abuse, or that you are actually capable of working, and they cut your Medicaid, it could take you months to get reinstated. And it's going to be a lot of headache in the process. You probably will have to hire a lawyer and all of that stuff. Are they going to reimburse you the money? No. So if you can't afford that, then you probably are just uninsured. If they cut you from Medicaid, claiming you're capable of working, and it's a genuine mistake and you cannot work, chances are you cannot afford a lawyer either. So you probably are just going to be without Medicaid. You think that ain't going to happen to some people? With all of the federal firings, you think there's going to be people you can call and plead your case to? And they'll pick up the phone? So yeah, people are going to get cut. I don't think there's any doubt about that. People are going to lose their Medicaid. And I see in the comments, Wayne said it took 4 years. Damn. That's why when people apply for disability and SSI and stuff like that, usually when they get their first payment, it's big, because it's all that back money they've been fighting to get. It's a big payment, usually it could be tens of thousands of dollars, because they've been fighting it for that long. That's probably where Medicaid may be headed. And I'll show you what I was talking about, though. This is conservative rapper.
Hey, did you guys hear the Epstein?
This is Tom McDonald.
list doesn't exist. Look, I don't care who the president is. I don't care how good his administration is for America. They're fucking lying to us. Look, if that list wasn't going to put dozens of billionaires, hundreds of politicians, members of the royal family, powerful Democrats, powerful Republicans, and half of Hollywood in prison, that list would definitely exist. When they say the list doesn't exist, it's kind of true, but it's only part true. The whole truth is the list doesn't exist anymore. And that's because they deleted it. There you have it. Diddy's about to be a free man. None of the Epstein clients are ever going to see consequences from their actions. And regular people like you and me are going to continue getting locked up for pirating Disney movies and illegally housing squirrels in our apartments. Seems like the system's working perfect. Have a good one.
That's Tom McDonald. Like I said, there's a lot of conservatives that are pissed off. So it's no more an issue with Democrats having Trump derangement syndrome. It's a lot of angry conservatives at this point. Spanish people crying about ICE after voting for Trump is hilarious. It shouldn't be hilarious. Look, I get it that certainly the black community is pissed off with them, but at the end of the day, innocent people or people who are being wronged are people who are being wronged. I hate to quote Elon Musk, but my heart goes out to them. I mean, you see innocent people or, they got people that have been in the country for 50 years getting deported and shit like that. And in the comments, of course, unsympathetic MAGAs like, well, you should have knew. I mean, they deporting green card people. Well, you should have got citizenship. Getting your green card has been the gold standard in this country for God knows how long. You didn't have to get citizenship. Once you got a gold card, once you got residency, you could stay indefinitely. Residency was all you needed. Getting citizenship costs money. You got to pass the citizenship test and all that stuff. And if you're just here to work and live the American dream, you don't need to be a citizen. Trump came along and now suddenly green card holders are not safe, which shows you it ain't just about getting rid of illegal immigrants. People with green cards are getting kicked out. He's also talking about denaturalizing citizens. What happened to just getting rid of illegal immigrants? Why is that kind of language coming out of the mouth of somebody who's only here to get rid of illegal immigrants and rapists and murderers? Denaturalizing citizens. So I think the notion that he's only at the illegals is pretty obvious. It's pretty obvious that it's not true. Also, birthright citizenship is another one that has nothing to do with criminals, rapists, and murderers either. And he's talking about doing that as well. So he's going well beyond just illegal immigrants and criminals. I mean, if a baby is born on U.S. soil, that baby ain't robbed nobody, and he's still okay with kicking him out, even though the Constitution says that person's here illegally. So yeah, he's well into the legal category too. It's just they don't want to really come out and tell you that. Reagan, a Republican, gave them amnesty and started this mess. I don't know if it's really a mess. Something, out of all the shit that's causing problems for us Americans, I don't think illegal immigrants is that big of a, I think they're being pushed up on the list way further than what they should be. I don't think most of us have had any major issues with illegal immigrants, and I don't even know any of your fucking lives specifically. But I doubt if hardly any of you watching have had any major issues with an illegal immigrant. I don't think there's any Lincoln Rileys among us. I think we've had problems out of a lot of other shit other than illegal immigrants. I just think we're kind of scared. Same thing with the whole, I don't want biological males playing for, female sport. I don't think is there any of us out here that have kids that have dealt with that? I think once again, we're making a scapegoat out of stuff that really isn't affecting most Americans. I don't know anyone that has kids in school that are playing against biological males in sports. I don't know anybody I haven't heard that happen anywhere in my county. I don't know anywhere where that's happening, other than where they go and dig it up to put it on Fox or something. That ain't affecting nobody. And we making it something that shit's happening everywhere. Regardless, people come here for a second chance. And apparently America don't give second chances. We're actually deporting people for stuff they did 20, 30, 40 years ago. So, I mean, good old based on Christianity America, huh? No second chances, no forgiveness. Sounds very Christian to me. Is it illegal for a felon to be with a felon? Normally the answer is no, but depends on what your judge says or probation officer says. Don't ever stop talking about the list, no matter what the distraction they try and use it. It will drive them insane. They will be forced to eventually feed one to the wolves to shut the peasants. Well, I don't think MAGA is going to really hold Trump accountable for the Epstein list. I think while you have the Tom McDonald's and Tucker Carlsons that are pissed, I'd say probably only about 20 to 30% of MAGA are really, really pissed about Trump about the list. I got a lot of MAGA that tune into me that's telling me that I don't even care about that much. The minute Trump became the bullseye, it suddenly wasn't a big issue. It was a bigger issue when they thought Tom Hanks and Oprah Winfrey was on the list. The minute it appears that Trump may possibly be on the list, well, it's not that important anymore. So I don't think, what do we say, middle of Fifth Avenue, right? If you can shoot somebody in the middle of Fifth Avenue and get away with it, you can probably bang a couple kids too. I don't think that, and I'm not saying Trump did that, but I don't think that the list is going to hurt Trump. I just don't. I really believe, I think people that are pissed off, but I think they'll get over it. I just really do. He's that good at getting people to overlook stuff he's involved in, or allegedly involved in. Who gives a shit? They're still going to do what they do. Nothing's going to happen. Just get over it. There you go. There you go. Conquered and stolen are not the same, and the Native Americans were constantly killing and stealing from each other as well. They were tribes. There's some validity to that. I don't know though. What the Native American tribes were doing to each other is nowhere near as bad as what the colonists came here and did. I don't think those two are in the same category. Illegal immigrants generally do not have the right to comprehensive Medicaid or Medicare benefits in the United States. Federal law restricts their eligibility for that's true. But the right thinks that the illegal immigrants, I get folks that tell me illegal immigrants are getting treated better than Americans. You know something, here's the crazy thing. Trump ran on not sending money overseas. Obviously, we stopped sending money to the Ukraine or stopped sending weapons to the Ukraine. Now, he's about to do it again, but he did originally stop doing that. He got rid of USAID completely, so that's a lot of money that was going overseas. And now he's getting out all of the illegal immigrants, which he claims is, taxing our system through welfare benefits and all that shit. The whole goal of that, in regards to us giving money out to all these entities, the whole goal of that was allegedly, we're going to take care of Americans first. We're going to start focusing on America and not sending money to everybody else. The odd thing is, now that he stopped sending money to everybody else, I haven't heard him talk about taking care of Americans first with the money at all. I haven't heard any federal money going to really help many Americans. No tax on tips and overtime, capped at only $25,000. And the taxes have to be in cash. When a lot of people get their the tips no tax on tips. It's capped at $25,000, and the tips have to be in cash. A lot of people work in environments where they don't get many tips in cash. They get them on a credit. If you drive for Uber or Lyft, you work in the gig economy, most of your tips are on a credit card. I doubt if Uber or Lyft drivers will ever see $25,000 or anywhere near that in tips. It's not going to help out a lot of people. So I don't know. Carrying at it again. Rest in peace, LA. What does that mean? He's just a typical politician, says Biggie. Yeah, he came in promising not to be a typical politician and just started doing a whole bunch of really typical things. And you can tell he's doing typical shit because the right is constantly comparing him to other politicians. You can't even criticize Trump no more without people saying, well, Obama did that or Biden did the same thing. He was supposed to be different. He was supposed to be different. All of a sudden, it's constant complaint. Remember, The right thinks Obama and Biden were the worst presidents we've ever had. So why is Trump always saying, well, they were doing the same thing I'm doing? Then wouldn't that make him bad too? I'm not anti-immigrant. I don't want everybody just kicked out. I think we need to uphold our own laws, including immigration, and we should improve our laws if they're problematic, not ignore them. I agree with that, Penix, but like I said, I don't know why. I don't like the fact that we're demanding perfection from immigrants that we do not demand from each other. I use the example that if you're driving down the street 40 miles an hour over the limit, which is reckless driving and a felony, and the police put their lights on and you don't stop for the police, which you're committing a felony at 40 miles over the limit and you're not stopping for the cops. If they use spike strips or something to stop your car, and when they look in your car, somebody's in the backseat helping your wife deliver a baby, chances are they will not charge you with a crime for that, even though you are committing a crime running for the law. I'm saying that people commit crimes in this country all the time, and we don't treat them like immigrants where it's black and white. If you commit a crime, we're going to punish you. People commit crimes all the time. I also use the example of the woman that's in Walmart putting baby formula or diapers in her dress or hiding them in her stroller. And the cops are called, and the cop, instead of arresting her, decides to pay for the diapers and wipes because we realize she needed them for the baby. People commit crimes all the time and get a pass. Why is it when it comes to the immigrants, anybody who commits a crime must be punished? We don't take in consideration. Maybe they're just as desperate as the woman who's putting diapers in her stroller. Maybe they're just as desperate as the guy who's driving down the highway at 40 miles an hour trying to get his wife to the hospital. Is any of them at all possibly doing it out of desperation? Do they? All of them must be punished. We don't even treat each other like that. So they're being treated less than. I mean, because like I said, our system is not black and white, where commit crime must be punished. That don't even apply to us. Why is it applying to them like that? You had a guy, a white kid not long ago, I think he was drunk, and I think he ran over and killed 2 people, and he got off from what they call affluenza. Something like he grew up rich, and he didn't know any better or something like that. I think some of you folks may have heard that. He actually killed people, and they let him off for that. His lawyer claimed he had affluenza. But the guy who crossed the Rio Grande because he wanted a better job, he don't get a pass, huh? Understand, folks. When people say it's all about hatred, it's shit like that. It's shit like that. Texas Governor Greg Abbott pardoned a guy who deliberately lured Black Lives Matter protesters to him so he could shoot one of them. That was Daniel Penny, I think it was, or Daniel Perry. One of them is the guy who choked out a guy in a subway in New York. One of them is Daniel Perry. One of them is Daniel Penny. That guy was convicted and got 20 years in prison. Texas Governor Greg Abbott immediately pardoned him, set him free after he murdered somebody. Why does the immigrant have to be perfect? I mean, I could bring up all the people on January 6th. Whole lot of crime. Anybody tell me no crimes were committed at all on January 6th? Trump wanted to pardon him on day one. The only thing that stopped it is he couldn't do it. But the immigrants, they have to be perfect. Any crime they commit, they got to be punished for it. So understand, I'm just telling you, this is where the claims of hatred is coming from. We're holding them to a much higher standard than we hold ourselves. We understand all the time that Americans sometimes break the law, but there's a reason for it, and we forgive or let them get away with it, or give them a very light punishment for it. But with these people, it's kind of like Cobra Kai, sweep the leg, no mercy. Understand where the claims of hate are coming from. They got a pass not being deported immediately. That ain't a pass. If your whole life is uprooted, okay, I'm in the country illegally. You take me from my home, from my family, you throw me in Alligator Auschwitz or whatever they calling it, or you throw me in some jail. You don't deport me immediately. You let me sit in there for a month, 3 months or something, then you deport me. You claiming that's a benefit? Well, they didn't deport you immediately. They held you in jail for 6 months. I don't think that's much of a benefit. I mean, certainly in the case where your family don't always, a lot of times their families don't even know where they're at. They do all kinds of crazy shit. No, that ain't a benefit that they didn't deport you immediately. They took you into custody and took away your freedom. In fact, not deporting you immediately might be a negative, because if at the end of the day, let's say I came over here from Mexico and you came and grabbed me, and now I'm sitting in Alligator Auschwitz for 3 months, and the end goal is I'm going to get deported. I'd rather you just instantly deport me, because when I get back to Mexico, I'm free. I don't want to sit in this hot ass place with 20, 30 other motherfuckers with no shirts on and shit, hoping we don't get eaten by alligators for the next 3 months. That ain't a benefit. I'd rather you just send me to Mexico now. That's what's going to happen anyway. So to stop at Alligator Auschwitz is just punishment. That's not a benefit. Because you know when they leave there, they're going back home. Then just send me home. Fuck it. There's no rainbow at the end of this bullshit. I'm going back to, you're deporting me. So what's the purpose of you holding me here? Other than use me as some kind of bait or deterrent to show other people, if you come here illegally, I'm gonna treat you just as bad as him. That's all they doing to those folks. They're using them as a deterrent, kind of like a reverse version of bait. They're using them to show other people, if you enter America illegally, this is what will happen to you. That's it. So no, I would rather just be deported immediately. They were going to take care of America first by cutting off their SNAP programs, Medicaid, Medicare. He's doing such a great job of helping. Yeah, I agree with that. The whole notion that we're going to stop this stuff and focus on America first, I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing how I would rather just continue letting the federal employees have their jobs, sending money to USA and helping out the Ukraine. Since he stopped all that shit, my life ain't got no better. I don't hear nothing coming down the pipe for me. He's not helping me out. I just heard him hurt a bunch of other people. I don't see where Americans are being helped out. I mean, they built Alligator Auschwitz. How long would it take them to build that? 3 weeks, something like that? All these homeless motherfuckers laying all over the country. There's a lot of them in California, but California is not the only place homeless people are laying on the street. They're in Texas, they're in Colorado, they're in Chicago, they're homeless people every damn where. You built housing and beds for hundreds of people in less than 10 days. But all these homeless Americans and homeless vets are laying around and you can't find any money for them at all. I thought he was going to take care of Americans. I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing it. I haven't even heard Trump talk about the homeless, other than when he was campaigning to bash liberal states on their homeless problems. That's the last time I heard him talking about it. Now that he is in charge, he don't seem to give a fuck about them. They were great to bring up when you could bash Biden and Kamala Harris over the head with them. But now that he's president, have you heard him talking about doing anything for the homeless? Has anybody? I mean, he's on TV every day. Some would suggest he's the most transparent president in history. Have you heard him saying anything for the homeless? Anybody? So I don't see it happening. I don't see that. I don't see the America first in it. I just don't. Put Donald Trump ain't helping us. What about our retirement? What do you think when we retire, we're not going to need that? You know something I've said before? I think the end result, whether you like it or not, out of necessity, is you are going to end up getting a Bernie Sanders-like candidate. And it probably won't be Bernie Sanders. He likely might be dead and gone. But you're going to, look, if capitalism keeps fucking us over, something else is going to have to replace it. Yeah, I believe capitalism is the best system. I'm a capitalist. I support capitalism. But if I'm homeless, fuck capitalism. I'll try one of those other isms that actually will give me a place to stay. And I do believe, now that they've gotten rid of pensions in the 80s and switched over to 401ks, they've made it so employers can give you less and less health care. We're talking about Medicaid not being there for elderly. We're talking about Social Security possibly not being there for elderly. You can't tell elderly people go back out and get a job when they're 75, 65, 70 years old. Eventually, you're going to have socialist policies in this country. We have let the wealthy fuck over the lower class, and it's getting further and further. It's getting worse and worse to the point where people are, tiny homes and living in fucking vehicles and shit like that. It's gotten to the point where generations are starting to finally realize I can no longer say I want my kids growing up and living better than I am. It's getting to the point where you can't say that anymore. So I do believe you're going to eventually get a Bernie Sanders like candidate, and people are going to vote for him. Like, I mean, at some point, I don't care how great capitalism sounds. If you can't survive off of it, it ain't that great of a system. I said this before. When you compare capitalism and socialism, listen. If I could get a system where they would give me health care, pay my student loans, I would rather have that system taxing me 40, 50% than a system where I live in where I cannot afford that shit, but they're only taxing me 20%. I think most of us are now in that environment. Most Americans are starting to be in an environment where we'll tax you less, but you can't afford all the shit you might get from a socialist system. I mean, health care, for instance, the older I get, that shit's super expensive. And I'm not even a sickly fucking person yet. I can't afford. I would rather live in a system that gave me that than tax me less, because the remaining money I have after taxes can't pay for that. If I need MRIs and shit like that, CAT scans and stuff like that, you can't afford that out of your pocket. So, yeah, I mean, it's getting to the point where some people are starting to realize that we can criticize socialism and shit like that, but there's a lot of Americans that would actually have more under a socialist system than they would under the capitalist system. If you're working, you're making $15 an hour, and you struggle, and you can barely pay rent and shit like that, you ain't doing that great in capitalism. If you're working every day and you have the bare minimum, socialism will give you the bare minimum. They'll give you a roof over your head and a place to eat. If that's all you're getting after going to work every day, you're not doing that great in capitalism. There are plenty of people in the capitalist environment like shit. It actually ain't that bad. So I'm just simply saying, I do believe also too, a lot of Americans do not understand what socialism is. I mean, when Obama was in office, he was a socialist, communist, fascist, and Marxist. You can't be all of those. One person can't be all of that shit. So I think a lot of people just scream and say this shit. Like when they were trying to prevent universal health care from passing, when Obamacare was coming out, they were literally calling every country on earth that gives its citizens health care socialist countries. UK, Canada. Canada's not a socialist fucking country. Canada was considered socialist. So I think there's a lot of people in this country that do not know what socialism is. Trying to help somebody out is not socialism. There's a lot more to that ism than just that. So I think a lot of people don't realize what it actually is. You're going to be working until you're 70. What the hell? You're going to be in our current capitalist environment, the way the trajectory is going, most Americans are going to be working until they're 70. Certainly the ones that are being born now, unless something really changes, yeah, they're going to be working. They're not going to be retiring at 65. They're going to be working older. Why don't you move to a socialist country? Here's something I don't understand. Why is it, and this is something primarily comes from the right. You don't hear this as much from the left. Why is it that when you don't agree with the right, they always tell you to leave the fucking country? I had a video I posted the other day of a woman, she was MAGA, that stated if you don't like Trump, you should leave the country. Why the fuck do they suggest that you leave your homeland so damn much? Whatever happened to free speech? If you don't agree with me, you should leave because I know everything. When did that start? What part of freedom is that? If you don't like what we're doing, you should leave the country. Meanwhile, Trump gets up there and said all sorts of bad shit about America when Biden was president. The military was dilapidated. The cities were falling apart. Nobody told him to fucking leave the country. I don't understand why do the right always tell people to leave the country? Either agree with the way I think or you should leave your homeland. No cancel culture in that, huh? What makes you think I have the right that I pay for all of this? We are paying for all this every time we get a paycheck. Carlos, you're doing that shit anyway. You're doing that shit anyway. What makes you don't want to pay for somebody's college education or their health care? I don't want to fucking pay for a Mexican to sit in the goddamn tent. You don't get a choice in the matter. Everybody's paying for shit they don't like. You ain't special. I would rather pay for my neighbor to eat than some of this other shit. I don't think we got 5,000 nuclear weapons. I would rather pay for my neighbor to get a meal than to pay for another nuke. Or some of this other shit that Trump is talking about, drones. I would rather pay for that stuff. So everybody in this country is paying for shit they don't want to pay for. I don't know why the biggest complaint we have is paying for the downtrodden among us or things that'll help our fellow man. We'd rather pay for tax cuts for billionaires than food stamps for a kid. Christian nation. We would rather ensure that a billionaire cannot be told how much money they can earn as opposed to helping out a kid trying to have lunch in schools. Christian nation. We are a Christian nation doing that shit. Hanson Liberal, break it down so even a complete idiot can stand. I'm just saying, I don't hear the Christianity in it. I just do not hear the Christianity. I see more people fighting for the welfare of wealthy people than the poor. The wealthy people are considered, I don't know. Like I said, I see more people fighting for the welfare and benefit of the wealthy than the poor. Christian, like I say all the time, I actually believe that there are plenty of folks among us that if they played the role of Jesus during the Last Supper, they would charge the people for the bread. Ain't no free handouts here. They would charge those folks for the bread. Christian nation. But once again, I'm not saying that, but I'm saying we pay for our stuff already. Like I'm saying, it comes out of our paycheck. So I can get my disability, I can get my retirement money. Okay. I'm just simply saying we seem to care more about the wealthy than we do the poor. I don't, I want to make sure a wealthy person can earn as much as they want, but I'm against increasing minimum wage. Christian nation. The problem is people are convinced there is not enough to go around, so they fight their neighbor instead the rich that has slow pimping it. Well, to me, if you fight your neighbor because you don't think there's enough to go around, and you're ignoring Elon and Jeff Bezos, them two dudes by themselves. I'm not even gonna throw Zuckerberg and Bill Gates and all these other motherfuckers in there. Just Bezos and Elon. That's a whole nation of people right there. They have enough money for a whole nation of people. I'm not saying a nation as large as America, but they have more money than some actual nations. Them two people, they have more money than some actual nations on the planet. They aren't feeding us. No, they're not feeding us. They're taking the money away from us. Some of the companies you fighting for to not increase minimum wage, they own them. No, they're not feeding us. They're taking away from us. So why does their opinion matter? Why does Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk's opinion matter? Because they can change all sorts of things that will affect your life immediately. They have an incredible amount of power. They can buy politicians. Elon has been trying to buy politicians since he came on the scene. It ain't working very well for him, but he's doing it. He bought Trump. I mean, he actually got Trump to create a 4-letter agency just for him. If Elon Musk had not given Trump $350 million, I don't think Doge would even exist. He literally created a 4-letter organization for him. And then Elon went to Wisconsin and tried to buy another political Supreme Court race or whatever. I mean, he's buying people. And he's been promising out of anger at Trump to try to primary Trump. I mean, he's trying to, or primary his supporters in the midterms. I mean, Elon is just buying people. So when you say, well, what does his opinion matter? Well, shit, he's buying people off. They have more wealth, not more money. Huh? Most of their wealth is stocks, and if they sold them all, it would crash the stock. I get what you're saying, but you understand what I'm saying as well. That Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos combined have more wealth than several countries on this planet. You can say it's in stock or whatever the case may be, or how it may crash the market or whatever you want to say, but you get what I'm saying. There's a lot of wealth between those two dudes in a country where people are laying up homeless and shit all over the place. There's a lot of wealth between those two dudes. You look like a Donald Trump supporter. Donald J. Trump does support liberals like P. Diddy and Beyonce. Trump don't support Beyonce. Taylor Swift, all liberals are celebrity devil worshippers. What the fuck is all that? Broly or whatever. Says you look like a Donald Trump supporter. Donald Trump does support liberals like P. Diddy and Beyonce. And Taylor Swift, none of that's true. I guarantee you Trump don't support Taylor Swift. Guarantee you that. And he don't give a fuck about Beyonce and Jay-Z either. He might work with P. Diddy if P. Diddy get out and start talking nice about him, but I don't even think P. Diddy really need him at this point because he's probably going to get a pretty light sentence. But no, Donald Trump don't support those folks. You're telling me, KS, that their wealth isn't going to change the homeless situation. You're telling me that Elon Musk could not change the homeless situation if he put his mind to it? You really believe that? The dude that literally handed out $1 million check to a voter just for signing a petition? That dude could not change the homeless situation? Really? You don't believe that, do you? There's no way you believe that. You realize how many tiny homes that dude could build with you realize how many tiny homes you could build with just $1 million if you're able to buy the materials and shit in bulk? I mean, he could literally house hundreds of people with just 1 million. I mean, if you can buy all this shit, just let's take storage containers or something. You get the proper zoning, which I'm assuming you could find a politician if you buy them off to give you an area where you can. I mean, look, if they can find a place like Alligator, Alcatraz, they can find open land. They can find the right politician to agree with the zoning, and you can use storage containers or something else to build people homes. And you can do it for pretty cheap if you're doing it in bulk. Elon could build thousands of those. But you're telling me he can't do nothing about the homeless situation. He could build thousands of those and actually still ride off and still be set for life to the point where his 3 or 4 generations down the line was set for life. He has enough money to do that. He can't change the homeless situation. Really, the guy's worth like, what did they say, 140 billion or something? Can you imagine what one single $1 billion could do for homeless? If you took $1 billion and you started focus, I'm gonna take this $1 billion and just focus solely this amount on helping the homeless. You realize all the shit you can do. It ain't gotta just be giving them jobs, all sorts of things, outfits that they need to go and apply for jobs and interviews. Anyway, Ed G says if Trump is Adolf for putting them in tough condition prison, then Obama was Himmler, because he was the mastermind that paved the way by throwing them in cages like animal shelters and losing. Like I keep saying, I don't understand how Obama was the worst president ever, how Biden is the worst president ever, but yet Trump keeps doing things and saying, well, Obama and Biden did them too. If Obama was so awful, then why would you follow up and put kids in cages just like him? He was awful, right? And I've said before too that I think the difference between Obama and Trump in regards to putting people in cages and all that stuff is the mouth of Trump. If Obama was bragging about doing it the way Trump is doing it, Obama would have had a lot more flack as well. I've brought up pictures to show you folks. There were protests telling Obama to stop deporting people and talking about he couldn't be Christian. There were protests when Obama was doing it as well. Obama just didn't make a mockery of it. Trump is doing this as a deterrent to ridicule those who came illegally, to deter others from doing it. Obama wasn't trying to make a spectacle out of it. I mean, they literally putting up signs on the highway and shit, talking about Alligator, Alcatraz and shit. They don't make fancy names for it and stuff. People taking selfies. If that was happening during the Obama administration, he would be getting ridiculed just like Trump. Boasting comes with consequences. I mean, Trump likes to brag about shit. It comes with consequences. So it is what it is. What if getting to Mars is more important to our species than fixing the homelessness? The earth has had mass extinction before. We will be homeless if we don't multiply. So there's no way to know that. I mean, what you're saying, I can't disagree with what you're saying. If Elon Musk ends up sending us to Mars and gives us another place to live. Let's say they colonize Mars and all of that, which is what you're getting at. Is that more important than helping out the homeless in the long run? Probably, yeah. But there's no way to know if that'll happen. So right now, the homelessness is in your face. That is something you can do something about now. We're a long way from sending people to Mars. Long way from that. I mean, at best, we've only had a couple devices even reach that area. We're a long way from that happening. If it happens, your point is well taken. Capitalists and wealthy people don't give a shit about the homeless. True, but the only reason I'm bringing it up is because Trump made it sound like he did care. Trump said he was going to stop sending money overseas, stop feeding immigrants and giving them shit, stop giving money to the Ukraine, and focus on Americans first. The only reason Trump is being brought up in conjunction with the homeless is because he made it sound like he was going to do something for Americans. Same way he made it sound like he was going to release the Epstein list. We could criticize Biden for not releasing the Epstein list. Trump gets more criticism because he ran a campaign on he was going to do that. So that's why Trump is getting, TDS, Trump derangement syndrome. This is why Trump is getting hammered more than liberals, because he ran a campaign promising to do this stuff. We can certainly blame the liberals for not doing some of this shit. It's justifiable criticism. But he ran a campaign not only criticizing the liberals for not doing shit about this stuff, but claiming he was going to be the one that was going to do it. So when he fails at doing it, he looks twice as bad. You actually called attention to some shit you're not going to do nothing about. He looks worse. I mean, if you're not going to release the Epstein list, why the fuck do you even bring it up? Why would you even bring this list up if you ain't going to do nothing about it? I mean, so he looks worse. I'm still trying to figure out what kofefe means. Alternative facts. I mean, look, people create shit. Good Lord. People now believe Elon BS Mars talk. We're screwed. Something. I don't totally think Elon is like. I do believe Elon would like to send people to Mars. I don't totally think that's a lie, which is why I told the viewer, if he ultimately does do that, that would be better than helping the homeless out. I mean, it could. I mean, because it could extend humanity. I mean, it could be. I don't totally think Elon is not trying to do that. I think he wants to do it. I just don't think it's going to happen in our lifetime. I just don't. I mean, just getting a human being to Mars has not been accomplished. We're way beyond talking about colonizing and people living there. I mean, just getting one person there hasn't happened. You got to get one person there. They're going to have to go back and forth a few times to start. And then, of course, you got to start building shit because obviously there's no environment. You've seen Total Recall and all of that shit. You don't want to be outside on Mars. So, I mean, that's going to be well outside of Elon Musk's lifetime. But if he starts it, it is what it is. I would give him credit if he ultimately does, if he's ultimately responsible for setting off something like that. But he's not. Here's the thing. There's no benefit to helping out poor people. Sending people to Mars is something Elon Musk would make a fortune from. he would get notoriety and he would go into history books and shit like that. The reason people don't help out poor people is because they don't get nothing from it. Rich folks are not doing this shit out of the kindness of their heart. They're doing this stuff because they want to get something out of it. You don't get anything for helping out poor people. That's why nobody does it. If I am a drug company and you take away my ability to make profit, why would I continue to innovate and create? You take away the capitalism, then you slow down the progress of medical technology. I've heard that many times, that if you have a socialist environment and people can't make money because money is what drives innovation and all this shit, that doesn't, then why is there plenty of innovation coming out of countries that you would normally say are socialist? The citizens of Germany, they get universal health care. They got some of the best doctors there is. We got plenty of doctors that migrate to this country from India, so they obviously got good doctors in India. They have socialized healthcare there as well. So people need to realize is that everybody ain't trying to make a bunch of money. Some people actually fucking care about humanity. There's a lot of cops that walk the beat because they care about their neighborhoods. There are a lot of teachers that teach in schools because they actually care about kids. Everybody is not trying to do it to strike gold. There are people that actually care about humanity. No, they're not capitalists generally, but there's plenty of them to the point where shit can still get done. I mean, just think about how the Native Americans were able to manage this land before us. They weren't capitalists. And some might suggest that they manage the land better than we do now, because we're destroying shit, making animals extinct and chopping down shit that shouldn't be chopped down. So everybody ain't doing it. If you get rid of the financial incentive, you'll cut out the innovation for the greedy folks. But innovation will still continue. Maybe somebody else just wants to have a cure named after them. Maybe that's enough for them. There are plenty of folks that will still continue to work and strive on maintaining humanity. If you get rid of the folks that are making a ton of money off of it, it still will continue. I mean, there's plenty of nations all over this planet that are not operating solely on capitalism, and they still innovate and do stuff. They still do it. So I don't buy that it's going to go away like that. Also, keep in mind, for every cure that the pursuit of the almighty dollar and capitalism creates, it also stifles cures as well. Some folks will tell you that there probably are cures for cancer that they won't make known because they make more money on the medicine. So capitalism can hurt too. It ain't always positive. You think it innovates people to do better. It also innovates people to do worse as well. So keep that in mind. I mean, for-profit prisons, for instance. You think that the people who are making money off of incarceration really want the citizens to be better, be more civilized? No, they want you in jail because they're making money off of it. So capitalism incentivizes negative, evil activities as well. It goes both ways. There's probably a ton of cures that were held back because people could make money by not letting you get it. People purchase patents and throw them in the garbage can because they're making more money off of some shit they're doing. All of that's capitalism too. I got folks that truly believe, I don't know if I submit to this theory, but there are folks who truly believe that they have came up with engines that can run off of water, and big oil purchased the patent and threw it away. I don't subscribe to that theory, but there are definitely reasons to believe it makes no sense in 2025 while we're still working with the combustion engine. I don't know about running off of water or running off of garbage or some shit, but I do believe big oil has silenced shit in favor of making more money. So when you talk about socialism blocks innovation, capitalism does too. Capitalism does too. For instance, if you create something, you get a 7-year patent where nobody else can, make a generic drug of what you created. They can't copy your drug for 7 years. And the person that has a 7-year patent charges a fortune for that. You think that that's not stopping people who really need that from getting it? because at that point the price is really high and nobody can make generics. That's capitalism hurting people. Think of it both ways. Just think of it both ways. Looking in the comments though, no way that totally makes sense. Africa just finding out they got it all. The world chart changing in 50 years, they would be equal to Saudi Arabia. It'll never happen though. If the more resources that pop up in Africa, the more likely they are to be the victim of some kind of attack, colonization, or just simply, lose their resources altogether. If we find, I'm going to tell you, even America, if we find out they got something of value, we're going to make an excuse for why we need to go over there to their country. That's how it's always worked. We found out Greenland has shit. And look at Trump, already talking about taking over Greenland. We don't need that. We don't need to own Greenland. We got tons of military bases there. We don't need to own that country. We want the resources. So, that's what happens. That's capitalism too. That's capitalism too. And that kind of shit usually results in lots of deaths. So capitalism is not always great. It's just we look at the great and we ignore the bad. So it looks like it's great. There's a lot of bad shit that happens due to capitalism. How about slavery? That was another one. What you're advocating for is a universal VA system. The VA is a terrible healthcare system. Canada's healthcare is crap. They come to America for healthcare. This is what I mean when I say protecting the rich and ignoring the poor. You hear people say all the time, I don't want socialized healthcare because Canada's healthcare system sucks or the one in the UK sucks. What about the people that don't have healthcare at all? You think they would prefer, as opposed to having healthcare from a poor healthcare system that sucks? Well, no, let me have the one that gives me none at all. I think that's better. I don't want the one that sucks. I want none at all. You're only focused on the people that have healthcare when you see it suck. You're totally ignoring the ones that don't have it at all. What about them? You think the Canadian healthcare system that you're saying that sucks? You think the homeless guy that has nothing at all, you think he would prefer maintaining nothing at all over the Canadian system? No, we're not thinking about him. We're thinking about the people that have money and have healthcare already. You're focusing on the people that have and ignoring the have-nots. Plenty of people would rather have a healthcare system that has wait lines or restrictions as opposed to nothing at all. You're comparing it to nothing at all and saying that a bad system is better or worse, rather. No. Don't force it on all, says look, to me, healthcare should be just like dialing 911. You dial 911, they come out and help you, and they don't charge you any money. Period. They come out and help you, and it doesn't cost any money. If all of these other fucking nations around the world can do it, why can't the richest nation on earth do the same? Why is it so hard for the richest nation on earth to do something that even many developing nations are able to do? Even in Mexico, they give them some form of universal health care, but there's no way we can do it here. Maybe it's maintaining them 5,000 nuclear weapons, or the 13 aircraft carriers, or the hundreds of multi-million-dollar aircraft we have. Maybe that has something to do with it. Maybe that has something to do with it. All of the weapons that sit up and are not used until they reach the age of maturity and they just have to throw them away. Maybe that has something to do with why we can't get people health care in this country. We're too focused on buying more weapons. Politicians are funneling the money into their offshore tax. That too, but our military is probably the reason why a lot of this shit can't happen. And because we're constantly wasting money on the military. I mean, the biggest air force in America, on the planet, the biggest military air force on the planet, U.S. Air Force. Second biggest, U.S. Navy. Whoever the third is, they don't hold a candle. I mean, we have way more than enough. This is money that could be going to some of that shit. Yet we're constantly talking about buying more and getting bigger and bigger and bigger. North Korea has a handful of shit and nobody's fucking with them. We don't need 5,000 nukes. We don't need 12 aircraft carriers when most nations have 0. I think Russia, China, and maybe France are the only other nations on earth that have an aircraft carrier. And I don't think any of them have more than 2. We don't need all this shit. That's why you can't do for the poor. We're wasting money on that stuff. Like I said, North Korea has a handful of shit, just a little bit of shit, and ain't nobody fucking with them. If we went from 5,000 nuclear weapons down to 50, ain't nobody really trying to come over here and fuck with America. Down to 50, we still would be one of the heaviest nuclear armed nations on earth. Now Russia has thousands like that too. And once again, their people live pretty impoverished as well. You don't need that stuff. A strong nation has a strong military. Yeah, you could be strong as in Chuck Norris, or you can be strong as in Arnold Schwarzenegger. Chuck Norris can get the job done. You don't need to look like Arnold Schwarzenegger in his heyday. You can get the job done looking like Chuck Norris. You don't need 5,000 nuclear weapons to represent a strong army. That ain't necessary. You ain't going. More of that shit is going to sit up until it reaches the age of maturity, and it's going to be scrapped. The overwhelming majority of that shit we pay for, all of the research and development, the millions of dollars it costs for that stuff, is going to be in our possession at the armed and ready, 25, 30 years, whatever, once it reaches its age of maturity, and it's going to be scrapped. And the money on that is just a waste. It's not necessary. It's not necessary. I know a lot of them need the free education, especially Jonathan. I'm just simply saying that we're well past possessing enough weapons so that nobody fucks with us. We're well past that. America's the only nation that has ships sailing every sea and bases on every continent. I don't think there's any other nation on earth that does that. Ships sailing every sea and bases on every continent. You telling me that's necessary? And no other country needs to do it? I don't think it's about having a strong military to protect ourselves. I think it's about having a strong military to fuck with other people. I don't think since World War II have we been fighting for our freedom. All of them wars after World War II, Korea, Vietnam, Iraq, all this has been to limit the freedoms of others. We're using our military as a bully pulpit to tell other people how to behave and act. And you as a taxpayer is paying to do that. That's how it's happening. It ain't got nothing to do with protecting your freedom. Ain't nobody coming over here and fucking with you. Everybody got guns and shit. And we already got 5,000 nukes. Ain't nobody coming over here to fuck with us. You don't need all that shit. Anyway, it is your boy Tim the Handsome Liver. Y'all got me way up past my bedtime, goddammit. I'm an old man. I should be in bed. But I do appreciate you folks tuning in. It's always a pleasure talking to you folks. You know how I run it. I don't block, ban, or censor. And if you enjoy this type of dialogue, usually I take a lot more callers. I got into a rant today because you guys threw some very interesting points out there. I don't want to make it ever sound like I'm a know-it-all. A lot of you folks know more than me, and I'm willing to admit that. That's why I like to talk to all of you folks on all sides of the aisle. You know what I always say. I shall remain. That's the wrong hat. I am MAGA friendly. Shall always remain MAGA friendly. Been MAGA friendly since we started the program. If you enjoy this type of dialogue from all sides of the aisle, we're generally here Monday through Friday. I'll be here tomorrow. So give your boy a sub if this is the first time you've seen the program. If you're watching on Clapper or TikTok right now, because we're on all platforms simultaneously, give your boy a follow if you're watching on either one of those. If you happen to be watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Thank you. Thank you, sir. This has expanded my mind greatly. Appreciate that, John. Thank you. Perhaps next time you'll post a comment and it'll expand my mind as well. This is how we transfer information. We're in an audience right now where I don't believe anyone is a know-it-all, including the host. Nevertheless, thank you for tuning in. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. It's your boy Tim, the Handsome Liberal. Take my ass to bed. Thank you. And appreciate you folks.